the goal, peace with the soul, don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in the calling, it's harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up though, don't trip, gotta go. Take a slip, make a pass a little low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass on the grass for the OFO. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass of the glass of the FOO. Cause I'm gonna pass all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you cause you're one and only master. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarnest is on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. True to the few in power, that's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all, making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, reflakes for your trash. Nah, you can have it, sucker. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarnest is on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking its head. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarnest is on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking its head. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Like, let's rip. Ready, rip. Praying to God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarnest is on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking its head. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey, I jump on that track. Ready to roll. Ready to rip. Ready to reach. Place my bets. Hey, you never know when playing on host what you could achieve. Making the goal. Peace with the soul. Don't matter the bottle with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in the calling, it's harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up though. Don't trip. Gotta go. Take a slip. Make a pass a little low. Put it down the gas for a show. Slide a pass on the grass for the OFO. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass of the glass of the FOO. Cause I'm gonna pass all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you cause you're one and only master. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing yarnest is on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking its head. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Like, and I don't care if you don't know my name now. Cause you'll hear it when my old lady goes to scream out. Sunset, sunrise, 45 to shine down. Only shine is the truth to the few in power. That's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all. Making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are ready to rip. Oh, my. The race for credibility is on here in the racing world, and all kinds of things going on here in the damn racing world. We're ready to rip here. Who knows if there's a little bit of an echo in this building. These high ceilings, aluminum ceilings here. I don't even know. We'll ask them. We planned on having Clyde. We'll turn the volume down. We planned on having Clyde live here in I would say in studio, but it is in shop technically. Right behind me is where they pull off all the magic. At least one of the steps. But we are here in Prime on our way to the World of Outlaw event at Jacksonville Speedway. Going to be one of the best of the year, I do think. But we are on the way, and Prime is kind of on the way from Texas to Jacksonville. Plan on hanging out with some people over there as early as tonight, actually, potentially after the show here. But we do actually have Clyde not in the building as a train goes by. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I don't think they can. But the building is shaking. The building is moving. We do have Clyde on the phone, though. Clyde, what the hell's up with this this train going by? What is this all about?
What's that?
Oh, my God. You watched too many horror movies as a child, Clyde.
No, I don't. That train, dude, it's loud as hell. I'll be working in there building parts, and all of a sudden, like damn near shit myself.
Really?
The damn train goes by. Yeah, it's loud, dude. It's right there, like right outside the door.
Interesting. I mean, it really is. I mean, I could take the camera and pretty much hold it out the door right now. It's so close. But it seems like the building is decently insulated. You know, it seems kind of thick. That's what
Right.
she said. But we don't want to describe what knip actually means, right? That's where we're not talking about that.
Well, the Knipp name is a German descent, and if you Google KNIPP, which is my last name, the correct German definition.
I don't think you
is
need
large.
to finish your sentence there, Clyde. This is PG-13.
Well, yeah, it's PG-13. Google says it means large sausage.
Oh, okay. So it's like a food truck situation.
Right? Yeah, like yeah, like a German food, like a Schnauzer or whatever. I can't speak German like Esteban and that sounds like some Hitler stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it does. And speaking of Hitler, I am vaping in your shop. Are you going to drop the sponsorship at this point? I do see a big sign that says no smoking.
Well, the thing is, I can literally watch you do this show because I have cameras in there. So
That is creepy.
everything.
There's the no smoking sign. There's all the molds and stuff. I wasn't kidding. I didn't want the audience to think that I was lying to them.
Well, what people don't know is I can't see you right now because I'm on the phone.
Right, and usually you have both things going. Is that what it is?
No, I have my phone. I guess I could. Hold on, let me go live. Oh yeah, there you are.
That little black blob is me, since we have our Prime shirt on and everything. I think it looks good.
Yeah. I can see. I have to pause the YouTube because it voices over. I don't know.
That's fine. I think the hat looks good with the Deathridge glasses. Of course, if you ever need glasses, the same glasses that Donnie Schatz and Jonathan Davenport use. Contact them today. I would say if you need carbon, contact Clyde, but you're backed up, right? I mean,
I wouldn't say we're backed up. You know, it's been a pretty healthy year. But obviously, any order is a successful order. We'll try to turn it around as quick as we can.
And so, how business is good then? 100%.
Yeah, business is good. I'll be honest with you. This time last year, I was praying for somebody to call my phone, but now I think the word to mouth and just being in year 2 in business and getting our product out there on the racetrack, on cars, people to feel and see, and just the product's proven itself, you know, between Outlaw wins and I'm not even going to say like series because it wins no matter what engine you have in a sprint car because it's a carbon body.
National sprint car victories, you're saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like anywhere with a 410 to a 305, everything in between. So a lot of good teams out there trust our product, and it's only getting nicer and nicer, especially with the pre-preg process. So,
right. Yeah, you were showing me a little bit different of how you were doing it today. It definitely seems quicker, and it seems more like a better finished product, like you were showing me.
Yeah, way better finished product, way more consistent all the way throughout the part. How we were doing it before was kind of a wet laminate vacuum bag, and then now the pre-preg, the epoxy comes impregnated in the fibers. So when we get our rolls in, we have to freeze it. And then when we get ready to cut our templates, we pull it out of the freezer, we cut our template, and we warm our mold up a little bit, and then boom, we're laying carbon really quick. So there's no gelling and mixing carbon or kind of like fiberglass. It's a way cleaner process, and it gets done a little quicker and a little better finished quality for sure.
So what's been some of the struggle? There has to be some as you just started a small business. Family being raised, everything. I came in here today. You had your wife basically in here, cutting stuff up. Obviously there's got to be some struggles in this situation, a little bit, not a lot, but obviously you're in BFE, Missouri, so it's hard to get people to come out here and work, I would assume. So maybe that's a deal as well, but.
Right. Yeah. Back to like the workload, I anticipate, like this year has been kind of like I was on. Let's just back up. I'm word scrambling like Joe Biden, but going into 2025, I wasn't aware of how much work we were going to have. Right, that's the beauty of business is you just never know what tomorrow brings. But actually, I lost my number 2 guy in January, so that put me really behind the 8 ball. So when I lost him, I kind of was just like having some part-time guys just come and go. And then my girlfriend now, quit her job, and she helps me a couple times a day, a couple times a week, and through a couple part-time help here and there. But I probably won't hire somebody full-time until after the summer. And then after that, I think that's when we'll really start to hammer some stuff out. But for now, I'm able to manage everything pretty much myself, and everything from books to product manufacturing to shipping. I pretty much do all of it. So it's fun. Some other struggles would be, racing people. You know what I mean? Like,
well, what do you mean? Is this going to be like one of those auto parts deals where they got like a damn 6-figure invoice that never gets seen or paid or something? Is it one of those stories? I know everybody was mad, they defend the racers for burning tires up and, defend the racers obviously down the street here, Lake Ozark, Power I over there, apparently 5,000 just missing from Scott Boguski's banking account over the whole, McMillan scenario with Booback. Everybody sympathizes with the racers, but I have heard that there are some teams out there, that have some pretty big bills at some parts houses that haven't been paid. Is it in the same wheelhouse or?
To a smaller scale, it's not 6 figures by no means, but you get a couple guys that call you that want stuff, and you put them on your order list and you follow your list. And then when you get ready to build for them, then you're contacting them and you're like, hey man, are you going to pay? Because it's been 30, 40 days, it's usually we stay about a month out. And when we get ready to tackle their order, you don't hear anything from them. So you're like, are we still building for you? Like, I'm ready to get your order done. You know what I mean? And so it kind of leaves you in limbo on what to do. And then when they don't get their stuff, they get mad. But at the same time, you got to pay your bill. Like how business operates. Like for example, Amazon doesn't ship anything until your bill's paid. So why does it have to be different in racing?
Right. Do you think that they're possibly used to that kind of float or tote the note?
Hey, Dank is on right now. What's up, Dank?
Oh, no. Do you actually know who Dank is? Or no?
I have no idea, but he was on Gravel's show, I believe. Him and Cody Jacobs were talking about Dank.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Dank, what's up? No. I heard he's from the state of California. I wonder if that's true, like the Bay Area.
Yeah, probably.
That could be wrong.
Well, they are. Anyway. They are already. You're talking in here. They're like, "Where's Prime located?" It is in Centertown, Missouri. Or is it best to say Jefferson City? Is it Jefferson, the capital? Oddly
Jefferson
enough?
City. Jefferson City is the capital of Missouri, and we are 10 minutes from Jefferson City.
Well, I was driving to it to pick up some stuff. We basically broke my mic earlier. I had to fix it. But I was on the way. I was like, "Is that a Capitol building?" I was like, "That's right. Jefferson City is the capital of Missouri." Everybody kind of thinks Columbia or Ozarks or something, but
St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis, and St. Louis is kind of halfway Illinois almost. I mean, but
yeah,
it is Jefferson City.
Well, your two biggest cities in Missouri are on the borders. One's Kansas City, and then one's St. Louis. So,
right, which St. Louis was like the hub for the slave trade back in the day. But that's all the major cities, believe it or not. All the highways that connect the major cities were a part of the slave auction trade back in the day. But that's a whole nother discussion. Anyway, history for another time. But you're basically saying it seems like some of these guys, it sounds like some of them are used to that tote the note, because we do hear that with the parts houses, and maybe they're thinking you're just going to ship it to them and then bill them after they get it or something. I don't know.
I don't know either. It stumps me, man. I don't know how anybody could run off credit that has thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars out. You know what I mean? Just to make your race car go around circles. It's like, at least try to do it right, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Everybody's in business. Like, everybody has bills. Everybody has mouths to feed. So, I don't know. Being a business owner and not a racer anymore, I have a different perspective about it.
Well, and obviously you have, I would assume none of these guys, I mean, we ain't going to name any of these names, but I would assume most of these guys aren't your Jason Johnson Racing that you're a part of, or your Macri, or these premium teams that they kind of are professionally racing. They don't really play that game. It seems like more so on that national level.
No, your national guys, from my understanding and experience, pay their bills in a very timely manner because they just want the stuff as quick as they can get it. So they know if they pay their bills, they're going to get their product. So
right. Oh God, we'll put them on. We'll put them on a 30-day notice now. If they don't pay up, we'll blast them live on the show.
Okay, that's fine.
You're fine with this?
Yeah, you got my consent.
Oh my God, I did take some pictures of the invoices up there. We can flash some names real quick.
Hey, Dank said he's going to have to repo a sprint car.
He's got to repo a sprint car? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Somebody said I got some stank on my hang low. I don't know what that means. That's creepy there. That is creepy.
I feel like you're the perfect guy to find out what that means.
Oh, God. Should we run through the topics while you're on the line?
All right, send it. Okay. What are the headlines?
Well, I was gonna plug my my new shirts that I got on the website, but we don't have to do that. It seems like we do that every time. We should put Prime stuff on the website, though. I think your logo looks nice. I think it would sell. We should sell it on the site. No. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, we get a lot of people asking about merchandise, and yeah, if there's
it's hard
demand,
to afford it. I tried to partner up like with Henry Chambers, the guy with the leg missing, and he races. It was kind of an issue, though, because it wasn't the same as I have my drop shipping situation. There were some moments where I posted his actual shirt that he had already had printed, and a few people bought them, and it went somewhat okay, but then one order happened where he didn't fulfill the order. And so that was kind of like, and the people were close with the family, so I was like, okay, I don't know what to say, and I pulled it because I would see it though more so like local teams, regional teams, and I even had a reputable online creator, not saying Dirt Track or anything, but he asked me how I do my shirts because I don't have to invest as much time as it takes to create the shirts into this, so it's every time I sell a shirt, even though I don't make as much as the printed people do, they order, whatever it is, 300 shirts for $1,500, and then they make $15 or $20 a shirt. I don't make that profit margin, but I make a little every time one of these shirts sell, but I have nothing invested. Whereas like your weekly racing teams, even unless you're really one of the big names of the industry, if you go out there and spend $1,500 or $2,000 in shirts, I mean, you could pretty much bet you're going to eat that. You know, you're going to give away most of your shirts, especially
What
on
are
the
they going to
local
taste
region.
like?
Huh?
What are they going to taste like?
What do you mean?
You said I have to eat it.
The cost. Most of your people who.
No. Like you said, eat it. Like what does it taste like? You got to put some cheese on that thing or what?
I'm making a point. Is like merchandise is cool until you have to buy it and then you can't sell it and then you end up having to give it away or have it stored. So that's why go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, like, whenever I had my race car, like, I had to give a lot of my shirts away because nobody wanted to support somebody that spun out all the time in front of Donnie Shots. So
right, or pissed off Darren Pittman.
Yeah.
Apparently, you pissed off Darren Pittman really bad one night, Clyde.
Yeah, the Hitman, Darren Pittman.
I did actually sell 2 Long Live the Chaz shirts, so I feel very grateful for that. They're going to PA. I will say PA is the one, PA, Minnesota. It's weird. They're all Chaz fans. It's weird.
Hey, Speedhorn said, tell Clyde he can drive the 1A better.
You probably could. Do we jump straight into that topic? I mean,
your chat is blowing up about it, so we might as well.
I had it saved, man. I had it saved. But we can do it while you're on the line. I wanted to go over Jacob Allen's response. I don't know if I showed this to you, Clyde, but somebody did send me a Jacob Allen response on the firing of Cale Thomas. Did you get to see this, Clyde?
I did not, no.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and just we'll get into that. I'll read it to you right here. Apparently, this was a post made a comment made 2 hours ago. It was under the Jeremy Zarfus photography page. I'm assuming he's responding to some commenters or maybe some other people. I'm not sure, but Jacob Allen said, I don't understand how any of the people in here think their opinions have any value. I don't read one name that I know of that I've seen working on or owning a World of Outlaw team, high limit team, or even a local team. How can so many of you be so certain and so invested in things when you have no involvement or understanding on anything that goes on with our program? How can so many people be butthurt that Cale got fired? 3 out of 3 races, Cale bent or tore up equipment. More equipment was tore up in 2 nights than Logan and I have torn up in 5 years on the road racing with the Outlaws.
Holy cow.
Sorry, we don't have a vending machine of spare parts or new parts. It's a business. If Cale tore up that much equipment in 3 races, what does 70 races look like? It just didn't work out. Move on, people, or come down to the shop and help fix all the torn up stuff with the team. Peace.
Man, I'll be honest with you. That's why I love Jacob. He's as real as it gets.
And I don't know if people – I think we're going to get into the driver that replaced him. But I don't know if especially when you equate this and the driver that replaced him, I don't know if I've ever seen a team have such a reputation switch so fast. Like, I feel like this Jacob Allen character was viewed as this good guy kind of – dude, you know, he always had just like a chillax kind of, you know, he's just having fun kind of persona. The team was this poor little team that went on the road and made something of themselves. It was kind of like the underdog team. And now, you know, they broke a commitment with the driver very quick that shocked a lot of people. I guess not him. According to the driver, there were people willing to help fund the replacement of the stuff that was tore up, but that's a whole nother subject. Regardless, I'm talking about the reputation here. They get rid of Cale Thomas. They then switch to what it looks like is some kind of, I don't want to say rent a ride because I don't know the factual situation, but it looks, you know, a driver that most have never heard of outside of an incident at the Chili Bowl, or if they've watched Dr. Phil every day, they've seen him. And then you got this kind of like, fuck you people, post, you know, so this is like one of the biggest reputation style, at least to the fan, you know, maybe you knew this side of Jacob. You love this side of Jacob, but I don't think this has ever been, exposed, I guess, as the attitude of the team, or as the image of the team, or as the reputation of the team. This is a complete 180 in 4 days.
Yeah, for sure. I'll start off by saying this. I know I respect the shit out of Shark Racing and all they've done to build their program. I think they should write a book about Bobby Allen and what he's accomplished and what he built. Now, they have been a team in the past, especially the 1A, to crunch a lot of pennies. And I feel like they're fine. The 1A is finally to a point where they've built their program up big enough with help with sponsors that when Jacob decided not to be the driver, that he maybe wanted to test his crew chief abilities out with his dad, that they were going to hire somebody. And obviously what happened with Cale. And I don't know anything about Torgerson. I don't know if he brought money or if they're hiring him as a hired driver, like Smart Car Racing should be. But who knows? I will defend Jacob a little bit in his message. A lot of the people out there, with me being in the industry as a crew member, driver, and having a team out there myself, it takes a lot of work and money, and the money is hard to come by, as you know. So, in a way, there's a lot of chatter, but at the end of the day, I feel like the 1A's roots should stay how it's always been. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows Jacob, everybody knows the 1A, everybody roots for Jacob because of how the team always was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think they rooted for him for an idea of what it was. And I think that idea of what it was is getting the reputation is getting flipped over this, in my opinion. The reasons that people liked it is getting tarnished at a minimum.
Yeah. There are a lot of haters out there right now. I've seen it for sure.
Well, and it's just so blatant. And then once again, this Jacob Allen response, I don't think anybody's seen a "fuck you, everybody, mind your business" Jacob Allen. I don't think I've ever seen that on a camera.
Oh, I have, in person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But how many things happen in person that no one knows about?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what about?
And I don't think that what I'm saying is, I don't think that this person that you, I guess, knew all this time, and this person making this comment was ever known by the people who love the team and love Jacob Allen.
Yeah. What you're saying is, like, it could have been some random person?
What do you mean?
Or did he know who said it?
What do you mean? I'm saying, like, I don't think anybody in the fan category that loved this team knew this side. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Chase Rodman's right. You forgot about when Jacob and Gio got together racing at Arrowhead, and then Jacob did the whole Fruit Loop deal.
Yeah, but the Fruit Loop thing was somewhat viewed as comical. It was funny,
Yeah, but Jacob has a bit of seriousness to him that people kind of overlook because he appears like he's a stoner dude. You know what I mean?
He does appear. I wasn't going to say it, but yes. But I think that people view stoner people as kind of chillax, hey, dude, fucking they're in this laid back, chill zone kind of, I just want to, eat Fruit Loops and surf or something. I don't think they view it as fuck everyone,
Yeah, but I think their fucks are limited.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people like the person of Jacob Allen, the image they saw, and I don't think they ever saw images like this or sides of it like this publicly.
Yeah, you're saying this is the first time that he's been aggressive publicly like this.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, we could talk about Ashton Torgerson. The angle I want to go at this Ashton Torgerson deal or Torgerson deal. Obviously, the Chili Bowl incident, I don't really have much respect for the team because they tried to fight me at Chili Bowl last year. all because I, covered the whole Chili Bowl situation and said I thought the facility or event rushed him out there and he forgot to buckle. That's what I thought happened. A lot of people think happened, but I guess 9 months later at Gold Cup, they didn't like that video from 9 months prior. Regardless, I think he hasn't really done much. I think he's in a developmental stage at best. But he's in. This is the angle. This is the intrigue with him getting in this car and going to PA this weekend for the first time on a half mile. He's obviously run midgets. He finished third or fourth, I guess. Chase, I think you said he finished third in points in Extreme last year. You were wrong. Looks like he finished fourth in points. Just saying. And I'm just saying, I'm not trying to jump Chase, but I'm pretty sure his video said he finished third in points. Maybe not. Maybe he said he had 3 wins and finished fourth. I think you did say that. So I just caught myself looking like an idiot trying to get Chase. Regardless, 3 wins in the midgets. Does midget competition really matter? I still say no. I think that's why the national midget drivers kind of disappear when we go to, Chili Bowl outside of your Justin Grants or your seasoned drivers. Seems like everyone else just kind of goes away. Ashton Torgerson, though, as Chase said earlier today, was only 1 spot out of making the show. The year he came out of the car, he actually was looking to be one of the fastest cars. I think he was scheduled to start on the outside of the front row or one of the first few rows. I think that's why the rushing happened. So he has midget experience. I think we're going to see how much that plays out. NARC 410 competition, though, in the 2024 points, I think I found him all the way down here in 51st. 51st in the points category. And then in 2025 this year, I think he is 18th. I think Chase said his best finish was a 7th in a 410 sprint car up at Southern Oregon, which originally is where he's from. So he's originally from Oregon, relocated to Arizona and races in California. And at best, Ashton Torgerson is a mid-pack car on the West Coast. That's just what it is. Here's the deal with this Ashton Torgerson deal that I think is very interesting that could play out potentially in this. Once again, being an average kind of West Coast driver, he's going to be coming over, and what's going to happen? Average West Coast driver. So we always have this sort of debate. How good is the PA locals versus the West Coast locals? And nobody's really made that serious jump to go from California to PA local racing. At least it usually seems like they go outlaws or they go big. They don't just go to the regional stuff in Pennsylvania. For the most part, I'm probably slipping a name out of my mind. Somebody's going to be like, no, he did it. But what Ashton Torgerson could do if he goes from a mid-pack California guy who can really barely keep up, and this is also the same guy who I believe Dominic got all pissed at for just putting a car in the wall at Chico a few years ago. If he comes over to PA and runs better than you thought, what does that mean for... I think PA's reputation's on the line a little bit here, too. If you got a mid-pack California guy that comes over and does decently well, and at BAPS, it's a short track style. I think he's got a real good shot there to run well. What's that going to say? This Ashton Torgerson deal could probably make PA look really bad if he does good compared to the West Coast competition.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry.
You're getting distracted, Clyde. It's fine.
Sorry, I was reading some shit about Pam Bondi. No.
Of course you were.
No, I'm joking. I always thought Torgerson did well in the snow car. I don't know results. I don't know 360 NARC. I'll be honest with you. I don't follow the West Coast as close as I should.
It's just so far, it's on an island. It's so far out of sight, out of mind,
Well, with the time change, and they're running features at 11 o'clock out there. It's 1 in the morning here, and yeah, I could not be a bitch and watch it. Like Pennsylvania is fun to watch, and if they're running Chico, obviously it's a show, but the time difference I feel like eats at some of the race fans too. So like I personally don't know a lot about Ashton Torgerson.
Well, you know about the Chili Bowl scenario, I'm assuming.
Right. It's an interesting move what the 1A's doing. Do we know all the details? Obviously not, but maybe they'll put him in and be fast right out of the gate. I don't know. I thought Cale was fast out of the gate, but they just got caught up in some shit. But if Torgerson goes out to say Baps or Port Royal and lays down a lap and starts good and finishes good in a feature at Port Royal, then I'm like, I'll be shocked, because Pennsylvania is no joke.
Right.
I mean, no joke.
Right.
And neither is California, but it's a whole different style of racing, as everybody knows.
I do feel like the midget, they go to some decently sized tracks in the midgets, and possibly the most scary racing you can see is midgets at Eldora for the 4 Crown, especially when it gets dusty. It's like, if one of these guys go up and over, it's over. I mean, there's nothing to stop this little car from just taking a hell of a ride. Obviously,
Carson Macedo damn near killed himself there one
Rico,
year.
Kyle.
Yeah, Rico.
I think Kyle's was in the sprint car, but it's one of the most dangerous. So the fear element could not be there, and the only reason I bring that up is at Port, you got to remove that fear element to really run the boards well. And out of all the PA tracks, our last West Coast driver, I guess you could think of, that came over there and did anything kind of special was Devin Borden, and he had tuned to Port Royal better than any of the tracks because it was up on the wall. You know?
I'm not saying Torgerson will be scared of Port. I'm saying your car and your skill set has to be point on to even run in the top 5 there on a local show. Let's be real. So, no, I have no doubt that he's
and let's also say
that
the 1A is not known for running the boards, either. So
right. No, but he can giddy up if he wants to. But who said Torgerson can't? Yeah, like I said, time will tell. We got a couple more days here, and then we're gonna find out. So,
well, and what I'm saying is, if he does that or anything close to that, that's not saying that he's that good. That's saying that the West Coast is that good and that PA ain't that great if he does that right out of the gate.
If he does it out of the gate, I will give 50% credit to the car and 50% credit to him. Because at Port, your car has to be spot on. I know that working for the 41 car. We sucked there for a long time until the last time we went there and finally hit on something. We threw the book at it. And I mean, if you guys remember back a couple years ago, Carson won the National Open in 2021, and then the next week he couldn't even get out of the B main at Port. That's how tough this place is.
Right.
So I'll give 50. If Torgerson runs in the top 5, I'll give 50% to the car, and I'll give 50% to him.
Right.
Because they'll hit on something there.
Well, and I'm just saying, I'm thinking, if you're taking mid packers from the West Coast and they're jumping up front on the finishing order in PA, that whole debate of which is tougher, PA or West Coast, is squashed instantly.
Yeah, it definitely throws it for question. I think both coasts are full of talent. Just depends on which coast has more of the talent to be spread out through the country.
Right. I definitely.
It's kind of like Biggie and Tupac. Who's better?
And what do you think? I think this is definitely a hard thing to put any driver into. This isn't necessarily a easy situation.
Right.
But I mean, a lot of people are leaning to this was a money gig. I even had some reputable people call me and allure to this being a money gig. One of the people pretty smart in the business is like, here's the problem. Is there any contracts? Is there any agreements? Is this a situation, say a team takes some money and says, all right, come run the car, and 3 races in, they don't like you either, and they kick you out and just keep the money? If there's no contract legally, that's legal.
Very far few in between.
Yeah, but that's legal.
I think it would make, if contracts were a thing in sprint car racing, for the mass population of car owners and drivers, you would see a lot more loyalty, and you wouldn't see all these car seats being thrown out, or magical, or what do they call it, magical chairs or whatever?
Yeah, something magical like that. Seats.
Yeah, it would make the team culture better, I feel like, which is what I'm all about.
Right. Well, teams need to go faster, and they need prime composite innovation bodies to do that, if they stay together.
Yeah. You want to take that 10th away or not? Come on.
What do you want, especially out there in PA on Port and the big tracks?
Yeah, so we have so many aero packages to offer. Like, yeah, just go to the website, www.primecomposites.com.
Interesting. So outside of this, there was one other topic, and I know it's funny you mentioned high limit a little bit. This is a post that came out today, and I think it's funny, high limit kind of originally wanted to start out racing around the outlaw events and, giving them an option to race for some money. And the Outlaws didn't like that. They thought it was, kind of a poaching scenario, kind of pushed back on it. And now we got high limit as a national series, and it is what it is. But Chris Bell has announced in the Kreitz team that they're going to be at the Rocket Raceway on the TMS weekend, which is May 1st on a Thursday and May 3rd on a Saturday. The Power I Elite Series has scheduled a race. I believe it's up to $10,000 to win. There's been some instances here. This is weird because on Facebook this was removed, but it's still on Twitter. Power I scheduled a race in between those TMS dates down there at this Rocket Raceway Park. Now, it's a very fast racetrack, going to be a good racetrack, but it's not a flow event. It's a race-on broadcast event. And Chris Bell has announced that, and the team has announced they're going to be there. Now, Power I-410 National is separate from this. The promoter of the track is separate from this. I don't think there's going to be any payment issues. But obviously, High Limit had their dates here on May 1st and 3rd. And in a weird coming full circle situation, Power I has kind of piggybacked or put a date in between these dates to try to allure High Limit teams now to their event and their streaming service. What do you think about this? Once again, this post was removed from the Kreitz. I can go to it, the Kreitz Racing Facebook page. It was removed. I don't know if maybe High Limit saw that. I mean, you can maybe tell us, Rodman, if you know anything, but this is an interesting scenario where, here, we'll bring it up right here to show you that it was removed. I don't know if the full post has been removed, but there's the same style that you see on the Twitter post. Mark your calendars with the post of the race. Christopher Bell confirmed, but the one on Facebook was removed. So, thoughts, Clyde? Power I now. It all started out with High Limit trying to cherry pick the outlaw schedule, and now it is happening to them by Power I. Thoughts?
Dude, I have no idea. This is all news to me. You think Power I is trying to get some of that High Limit mojo or what?
Why else are you putting on? And originally, I believe the race was only 4,000 to win. They upped it to 10.
Well, I mean, yeah.
They're trying to piggyback off. They're trying to get these High Limit guys, I would assume. Why not? I mean, the track's only like an hour from TMS, hour 15.
Well, hell yeah. And High Limit guys have the freedom to go run what they want, so why not?
That's going to be the question here.
Right.
Why in the hell is that post off of Kreitz's deal? Everybody's assuming that there's some under-the-table kind of deal with the Kreitz team and High Limit. They're assuming that. I mean, it looks like that. The team that never traveled all of a sudden went to fucking Vegas. I mean, yeah, you laugh because we know. It seems like there's some under the table deal, whether that's with Flo or High Limit or somebody with that 69K car, especially now Christopher Bell's involvement with the team. And now a post on Facebook is gone. It's not a Flo race. I think that's the big deal. Back to the streaming battle. This isn't a Flo race. Are the High Limit teams free? Are they free?
Are they?
I think we're going to find out here, because if there's a 10,000 to win race, literally an hour from TMS, and you're a nationally competitive team, why are you not going?
Right. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. If you're a team, either you can sit in your hotel, drink a beer, have a steak, and prepare for TMS, and not have to go to the car wash 2 times, or you can go run and try to make $10,000. I don't know.
Well, I think even if they are allowed to race, I think the reason that this Facebook post is removed or is not available right now is because there is some value in having that team at the track, just like the Outlaws. This is the pushback of the Outlaws, and letting their drivers go run high limit races for Flo, and for streaming subscriptions. I think there's value in being able to promote a driver or a team being at the track. And I think that this Kreitz team is involved with, personally, I think they're involved with High Limit or Flo in some capacity. And if they're assisting that team to get down there, and then all of a sudden you're promoting that you're at another fucking track, that ain't gonna fly. What the fuck? It ain't even a Flo race.
Yeah, I mean, unless all of a sudden they go to broadcast it and Chase and Tony are like, hey, we're here in Texas an hour away and it's Flo. That would be cool.
I don't think that's happening. Chase, I don't know. Is he in the comments? Is Chase went away? Chase has went away ever since we brought this topic up, guys. Chase isn't here.
Is he going to be back for the next topic, I hope?
Chase is left. I don't know if this means something. Oh, he said it. He said, I'd be surprised if any high limit teams run. That would be 4 races in 4 nights, but I've been wrong before.
It goes back to what I said. They're going to want to have a beer and a steak in the Lone Star State prepping for TMS. Why the fuck are they going to run this race? I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, why is the post taken down on Facebook?
Maybe because he's not going no more.
Why is it still up on Twitter? Are we going to talk about the racist tendencies of Twitter versus... Well, Twitter is it's slowly becoming right-leaning, but Twitter traditionally is a left-leaning, non-dirt track platform. I've brought up how many likes and stuff that the Facebook dirt racers have versus NASCAR drivers, and it is lopsided. I mean, the dirt racers are very popular on Facebook, but on Twitter, NASCAR drivers are relatively destroying all of the popularity of the dirt drivers, and that has to go with the more left-leaning politics of the sport. But for instance, this post only has 161 hearts and 5 comments and 14 reposts on Twitter, where this post that hadn't been or has been removed had 249 likes, 22 shares. I mean, it had way more interaction.
Right.
And I think that could be it. I think it got a little too popular.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So these charters that are coming in with High Limit, do you think once you're a charter team and you get your card, your black card,
or like at the bank or that award deal, they give them a fucking black and white printed piece of paper? I couldn't believe that shit. It looked like they just went to fucking Office Depot and got the 15-cent black and white photocopies for a damn franchise.
Well, yeah. Hey, no. But my question is, once you're a chartered team, are you going to be allowed to go run extra races?
Well, and that's my whole argument to this whole fucking freedom bullshit. It's like, hold on now. Why are you off for 2 or 3 weeks in August? Oh, there's fucking the World of Outlaws Knoxville Nationals happening, and Knoxville 360 in Nationals, and I-55 Ironman happening. Why are you off for a week in June? Oh, because there's that giant 250,000 to win Houston's race. Why are you off for half the week in July? Oh, that's because there's a big thing called the King's Royal happening. Why are you off in October? Oh, there's that National Open thing that's pretty big. So it's like all these gaps, and for it to be marketed as freedom and marketed as like you don't have to race, you can have time off, is just kind of disingenuous to label it or project it that way, because you look at both schedules and we see why these weeks are off. There ain't no week off, really, you know.
Oh, no. If you're a full-time sprint car driver, there's no weeks off.
I mean, you could take a week off, but the schedule's set up for you to race everything. And the other angle to that is the freedom factor. Not just do you not have any weeks off, but what if these events were high-limit races?
Yeah.
Would they not race them? And then also, if High Limit had all the cards, would you allow them to go run these other events? You know?
Yeah.
They don't have the power as far as scheduling and everything right now. So they have these times off. They have this freedom factor, which this freedom factor is partially a marketing gig. It's there's a lot of marketing in sending your high limit drivers to the outlaw races and winning and running well and gaining credibility.
Yeah, I bet you some outlaw guys that have to go to Sharon on a Saturday night would much rather be at the Dirt Cup racing for 100,000. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's two sides to it too.
Yeah. I mean, that's one. I mean, you have the Chico race. I guess now that's the one crown-ish jewel that was taken away. And I guess the Silver Cup, isn't that high limit now at Lernerville?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, you could put the Weikert and the Tuscarora in there, but that's more so PA races than...
Well, yeah, that was always all-star races.
Or PA,
right.
Just they added the all-stars on, with the flow gig. And that was once again streaming influence, I thought.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's a cool race that Pennsylvania has kind of just made it their own race is the Labor Day show. I really liked watching that. I remember when Dietrich had that last lap pass for the win that one year. That was sick. So
the Labor Day show, that's your favorite one?
Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's cool because it's going on at the Pennsylvania's going to kill me now, but I think it's Genuana County.
Juniata.
Genuana.
I always called it Juanita. I'm used to the Mexican slang.
Yeah, some Pennsyltucky shit. But anyways, that was always a cool race.
Yeah. Yeah, Port does it right. I mean, it sucks that the Outlaws don't go back to Port, but somebody asked, will Huset's actually pay $250K this year? Oh, my. It's getting into that now.
Right.
Oh, no. No floods, though, I hope, right?
Well, that was you, bro.
You're blaming me as well, huh? You're blaming me.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out well when you're against me.
What you did was you waved your magic wand and all of a sudden, bam, it's flooded.
Well, yesterday I turned the lights off in your shop and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, that was, dude, that was freaky as hell.
It's true. It's true. Do you need to get off the phone now? Is it too late? Is it past your bedtime?
Well, my little one's still up, so she probably want Daddy to come to bed. But
you were on some good topics the last time you were on the show. What's something you want to talk about? I mean, we are floating at the 200 viewer range. You got Chase Rodman in here. Gravel's probably talking. You don't like him much, though, right? You hate Gravel, correct?
Me? No, I don't have a problem with Gravel.
I thought the 41-2 rivalry was real. What happened?
I own a business now. I'm not a part of no team. Now, the 41 is a Prime Composite Innovations customer, yeah. And they run IPC. So, come on, Gravel. What the hell?
So then it has to be a rival. It is, literally.
It is, but I respect the guys at the 2 car.
Right. And unless it gets too late.
I mean, Cody, everybody's like, Cody Jacobs such a dick. Cody speaks a lot of his mind, and he's very passionate about the sport. You can't take that away from him. Everybody has to respect that.
Right.
So,
yeah.
No, the Pope died.
Oh no. Oh.
Did you see the I guess the funeral, the rituals, dude? Hey, let me know down in the chat. Like, did you guys think that was satanic or
what are we talking about?
Here in the Vatican?
Pope funeral ritual. What if I type this in and Google it?
Yeah,
what's going to happen?
Hey, who has the gold? I mean, Trump made a tweet that says, "He who has the gold makes the rules." So come on with it.
Are you saying this is why the Vatican had been so powerful? Is because they had all the gold downstairs, you know?
Yeah, in the basement where Sleepy Joe was at.
And they were actively hiding pedophilia. Actively.
Could have been. Yep.
Actively.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone knew it, and it was fine.
Yeah, I have a lot of disagreement. Now, I didn't learn about the Pope till he's already dead, so I'm kind of like one of those guys. But
I'm sure if we keep talking, it'll get flagged and the lights will go out, you know?
Right. But I don't know. I guess over the years he said some pretty wicked stuff about the religion that he supposedly was in that is actually false compared to biblical statements. So,
well, Trump originally went and got blessed by the Pope before he won in 2016.
Yeah, I know. Like, I feel like all these people are just giant elitists and they're playing the game, dude. We're living in it.
Yeah, we are. It's all a game. It's all top down.
I like what Trump's doing. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, I have a feeling he's in with the big boy club.
Yeah, what happened? I mean, Epstein list and all this was coming, and then now it's terrorists. Yeah. That's the
day one. Yeah, right.
Yeah, even if it took time, 90 days. I mean,
right? Yeah, it takes somebody. If somebody's making a big decision, it takes about 90 days in business for it to come to fruition, especially in the government.
Cole Newhofen's already calling you a hippie, Clyde. He doesn't like the way you're talking.
No, I said that I fully support Trump, and I hope that he does great. But, hey, I think we have breaking news.
What's the breaking news? What do you mean?
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. No breaking news.
What did you think you saw? That's the funnier part.
Hold on.
Someone about to break in here and get me or something, Clyde? You got me looking behind my back now. What the hell?
No. I got you on camera.
Well, that means you could sell the footage. Dark web style.
No, let's talk about... I'm sorry. Let's keep talking about the Vatican.
What's the breaking news? Is Jacob Allen calling us out or something on Facebook or what?
No. He's not calling you out.
What's he saying?
So the Pope.
What's going on?
I don't know. This podcast is about to get fucking lit.
Did you have somebody? Did Jacob Allen reach out to you, Clyde?
I don't know. I guess people like to reach out and want to talk to the Chaz, so I feel like the Chaz should make something happen.
Well, you got to give me more details. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think we could have a special guest coming on the Chaz.
You think Jacob Allen is calling?
I don't know. Is he?
I don't know. Does he want me to call him?
I think you should try to call Jacob Allen.
I'm not going to call somebody unless they are aware or want me to call them.
Yeah. I think you should do it.
What do you mean? You think I should do it or he wants me to?
I think you should call Jacob Allen.
You can't just answer that? You can't tell me whether he wants me to call him or not, or no.
No, you should definitely call Jacob Allen.
Why? Why?
Dude, call him. Just call him right now. Right now. Call him.
Oh no! What's gonna happen here, Clyde? Is this about to be World War III or what?
Why are you being a puss?
I'm not being a puss. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
No, you should call. Hey, who in the chat wants the chat?
I will
to call
Jacob Allen. I just want to make sure he wants me to call him, and it ain't just.
He does. He does, dude. Call him. Trust me. Trust me, Chaz.
Okay. Hold on.
All right. Call Jacob Allen.
All right. I got to get. I'm trying to delay so I can get this overlay. If you want to keep talking to me, that would be great right now. I'm trying to get an overlay going. So what is he saying? What is he saying? Or you can like pump up the audience that he's going to chew me out for having any opinion. That's fine.
Oh yeah, the audience of the Chaz, Jacob is pissed, dude. He's gonna come in here and just rip him a new one, just like he did on that guy at Facebook. So just be prepared.
No.
Jacob's mad, dude.
Oh God, this is good. This is. I mean, I didn't really want Jerry Springer tonight, but we could try it. Hold on.
Dude, it's getting wild in Missouri at Prime Composite.
Oh no! Look what you do, Clyde. Okay, hold on. We're almost done with the thumbnail or the little picture. Hold on. We got to get the picture.
This guy says, call that stoner Jacob Allen up.
Oh, why? Nobody ever called him a stoner, and then now all of a sudden he is because he gets the other driver.
No, Jacob's just chill. He's not a stoner. Like those people that don't know Jacob, they just assume.
Well,
are you calling him?
Yeah, hold on. I'm almost done. I don't put shit. I just don't throw stuff together, Clyde. Hold on, almost.
I know this is breaking news. Like I said,
this is awesome. I mean, it could go real bad, but it's fine. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. It's not as bad as Kyle's disapproval of the Caitlin comments.
Hey, there's the train.
There is the train. The train is coming. Oh no, that was the sign, Clyde. That was a sign. The train is coming. It's rolling around the bend. This is where. Hold on. Golly, that's loud, Clyde.
Yeah, it's loud. Literally, it's coming through the building. It's that close.
Is it finally coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good here. This is happening. You're sure?
This is happening.
Okay, hold on.
Call his ass.
Now you're going to be tuning in for sure, huh? Hold on. How do I label it? Live with Jacob. I'm just going to put former World of Outlaws driver, number 1A. Or wait, is it high limit? Which one is it?
Just say Jacob Allen. I mean, his name is profound in racing.
Okay. Well, okay, I know what to do. I'll just say former driver, the number 1A Shark Racing Machine. All right. Let's see what happens here. Hold on, we're saving that. We're getting it going, Clyde. We're gonna replace you now. Here very soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna get some viewership. Let's go.
I guess
people want to hear from Jacob.
They do, but when I talk to him at Volusia, he's just a watcher. He doesn't want to do the show. All right, you're replaced. See, I put my little deal together. You see it, Clyde?
I know. I'm on the phone. I can't see it.
Okay, we're calling him up. I think I had his number already. Why didn't he text me? All right. Bye, Clyde.
Bye.
All right, so we are on request calling Jacob Allen. I think this is it.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later.
Apparently not. You're lying, Clyde. Wait, let's see it one more time. Maybe it was the wrong number. Hold on, we'll try one more time. Oh, I did get it wrong. Here we go. I think. No. 4669. Sorry about that. The Deathridge glass is not working the best. Here we go. Clyde, tell him to answer.
Hello.
Hello, it's Jacob Allen. You're on the Chaz.
Who's this?
Oh, it's a nobody, as usual.
What do you mean?
It's just the Chaz. It's on the show. Clyde said you wanted to call or wanted to talk.
Yeah, I heard you've been talking shit.
Okay. As far as which way?
I don't know. Cale Thomas or something. You've been making all these posts. What's that all about?
Which post? Which one? I mean, I could talk about it. I think he was removed too quick. You obviously disagree. We talked about the comment you made.
What comment? What comment?
There was a comment on Jeremy Zarfis's photography in the comment section. Somebody sent it to me. It said, Cale wrecked a lot of stuff. How he had wrecked more stuff in 3 races than y'all had wrecked in 5 years. Do you remember this comment earlier today?
I'm just messing with you, Chaz.
Okay. I'm just running through it. It's fine.
I just wanted to give you a hard time.
Okay, so what's the hard time you want to give me? Let's talk about it.
I just every time I pull up my Facebook, my race car's on your thing, Jacob Allen this, Shark that. So I figured if you're gonna, have that much content about me, you might as well just call me and talk to me about it.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it. I didn't know how to really reach out. I'm trying to see all the stuff that I posted. I did share the Dirt Tracker video.
And I don't really watch this stuff. I just, if I'm getting on my Facebook, I work all day long and I get on my Facebook, it's like, Chaz, Shark this, Shark that, Jacob this, Jacob that, or, what is there so much to talk about?
Well, it is seeming to be a pretty relevant topic, this situation around the 1A car. I have talked about other topics.
How's it such a big deal? A guy gets fired, he crashed a bunch of stuff, and you move on. I mean, it's drug out for how many days later? Just move on.
Well, I think a lot of people thought it did go quick. I think a lot of people did think it went quick.
Well,
do you not even see it that way? I mean, you're not necessarily a desensitized person. You had to see it as pretty quick as well for a guy.
Yeah,
in Cale's position.
Unfortunately, yes, it was a quick thing. I didn't want it to be that way. I like Cale. I think Cale's a nice guy. I think he's, a good racer. But we just can't afford to tear up as much stuff as Cale tore up, and he was aware of that.
Well, their camp said they were willing to help with fixing, or did you just think, like your comment said, look what happens?
The only thing that was offered to help was a tail tank. One tail tank after a car, a motor was hurt, a front axle, 2 wings, a rear, a torque tube, 4 wheels. I mean, that's a lot of stuff for just a tail tank.
What damage was happened to the car at Williams Grove? Was that, I would assume that would have caused more damage to the car than the one at Lincoln. Or nobody really saw the Lincoln wreck. Can you describe this? Everybody's asked about it. I'm sure you were watching the car.
Yeah, the Lincoln crash wasn't, nothing too crazy, but it just adds on top of the Williams Grove crash, bends a wheel at BAPS, But either way, none of that stuff's, worth all, like, you making YouTubes about, every day of shark this, shark that, can't trust the shark, or whatever the hell you say. It's like,
right.
It's a business. So, like, when somebody comes in and you don't have unlimited funds or unlimited parts or unlimited, it's like I said in that comment, me and Logan didn't get to where we're at in racing by crashing stuff. Fortunately, because we didn't crash stuff and we didn't have a bunch of sponsors until Dryden came, we just didn't crash, and our inventory of parts became more. We had more chassis. We ran old chassis. We had a couple new chassis. We were able to save some rear ends and front ends and shocks and all these different things. That was the only way we were able to make it happen. So when somebody comes in and crashes stuff that quickly, it's a red flag. It's just, we just don't come from crashing stuff.
Right. Well, and I don't know if Cale had a huge history of wrecking vehicles.
Well, I don't know what Cale's. I don't know what Cale's history is. I don't know much about Cale. I mean, I know Cale. I've seen him at the races. I don't. It's just a red flag. You don't go in 3 races in a row and bend up stuff and tear up stuff and expect to keep moving forward. It's a business. I don't think people understand that don't own race cars or whatever, that you just can't go in there and tear a bunch of stuff up and expect to keep continuing on. When you have a 70 race schedule or 80 race schedule, and if you're tearing stuff up that quickly, it's a red flag all over it. Now, that's a decision that is made amongst the team of like, do we continue to move forward with this and chance it, or we can just move on from the situation as a whole? We chose to move on from it because we can't afford that kind of racing. That's the end of it. But draw it all. Go ahead.
What made you go with the Cale? A lot of people wanted Zeb Wise. What was the cut there between?
I don't that part of it. I didn't make the decision on Cale or Zeb or Dylan. I don't make those decisions. That's not my decision. I don't own the team.
Correct.
I just stopped racing. All the stuff I do at the shop is the stuff I've always done. I work on the cars. I help build the cars. I race the cars. I help the crew guys. That's where I stand in my racing. I don't say, hey, I don't own the team. I'm just an element of the team. So when my dad makes a decision on who's driving the car or whatever, I don't get into that. That's my dad's business, not my business.
Right.
That's just that.
How do you feel about the Ashton Torgerson deal?
I think it seems great. I don't know why people, want to bash on a kid or whatever it might be. And I'm not saying it's all bashing. There's good things, there's bad things. It just seems like when you get on the internet, there's a lot of negative talk. So I just look at it as a little bit bashing like context. So
I think they saw the Cale Thomas deal, which a lot of people thought it was a bad move.
Here, hold on, just 1 second.
Okay.
I would give anybody, me and my dad and my family, we're laid back people. We will give you a chance. We want to give you a chance. We care about giving people a chance. We understood Cale left his all-star ride and did this and that, but he also knew the importance of what we were trying to say to him was, hey, we can't afford to tear up stuff. And I told Cale multiple times, I said, my best year racing, I won 5 national races, and I brought in $235,000 racing. I didn't flip one time that year. I probably bent one wheel, and that was probably the end of it. Logan Schuchart has consistently brought in $250,000 to $300,000 in race earnings over the last 4 or 5 years or whatever.
The million. Yeah.
Million. And if Logan Schuchart destroys one car in a year, that's a big deal. 2 cars for Logan is unheard of. So I said, I just explained that to him. Like, you can race hard and race good and not tear up stuff. David Gravel does it. Donnie Schatz does it. Logan Schuchart does it. So if you can't find that balance, then back it down a little bit. Cale could have pulled in every night we raced with him, and he still would be racing our car today. He understood that we can't afford to be tearing stuff up. And that was the end of it. I like Cale. Cale's a nice guy. He's a good racer, but his foot's on the gas too much, and he's too risky to tear stuff up all the time. And that was the chance we took. That's what he gave us, red flags, and we moved on. It doesn't need to be this big saga of like, oh my gosh, these guys get rid of people in 3 races. No, there's reasonings behind it. And like I said, we are understanding people. We will give you a chance to race. We will, if somebody slides into you and flips, or somebody's car breaks down and you jump their tire, we understand that kind of stuff. We're racers. We've been around racing. Like I said, can't afford the crashes. Just can't afford it. But we will give you a solid chance. I mean, we gave Tanner Holmes, I don't know how many races it was. I wasn't involved on that whole thing because I was at home or whatever. But Tanner ran 30 or 40 races in our car. Tanner, you know, he would bend a Jacob's ladder or a wheel, but he wasn't tearing up cars. We will give you a chance. I mean, my dad gave me a chance for 12 years. I pulled in all the time. I ran last all the time. My dad could have fired me every year I ever raced. He didn't do it because he gave me a chance. He wanted me to, as long as I wanted to race, he gave me a chance to do it. But he would have got rid of me or shut down the whole team if I tore everything up all the time. He said it since the day we started racing. We can't afford this if you tear stuff up all the time. And that was just it. So now you fire a guy three races in because he tears up a bunch of stuff, and we have to have a big saga about it all the time. You, Jeremy Elliott, dirt tracker guy. I mean, you guys got to get over it and move on.
So what?
And the people that comment all about it, they got to move on too. I mean, there's no it's a waste of time.
So obviously, Cale Thomas, he wrecked the cars, everything like that. You said he's a bit overly aggressive. Why would it then be and this is where I think some shockers are coming from. Why would it be a good move then to go to Ashton Torgerson, who, you know, West Coast, overly aggressive, young, probably going to be in the same mindset of having to show himself a little bit. That's why a lot of people are saying it's a funding deal. I don't know if you know that or not. If it is, if he's bringing funds to the team, that seems to be a reoccurring thing now, is for when we see a young guy who really doesn't have a winning resume getting into a premium operation, it seems to be bringing funding along with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't get into the logistics of all of it. Like the same thing with Cale. You know, my dad gives me a list of guys, you know, or he asks me about a list of guys that could potentially race. And from there, I let my dad handle it. It's not my business. It's not my business in the team to get into all that. I just work on the cars. I help with the team in any way I can. That part of it is separate. Now, yeah, California has a reputation of being cowboy up or this and that, but that doesn't mean you tear up stuff, you know, all the time or what, you know.
Well, they are going a lot slower
there.
over there. I mean, compared
Yeah,
to...
I don't know. To me, the sprint cars go fast no matter what. You know, you race Tulare. Like, I feel more comfortable racing Williams Grove than I do Tulare. So, everybody's different, you know. So, I think Ashton will do great. I think he's a young kid who has probably a lot of respect for, you know, driving for another team. He had an unfortunate situation, so I'm sure he, you know, has respect for like crashing and things like that. You know, I think he'll do good. I think he's a young kid that, you know, went and ran for Keith Coons and had success with them. And I look at a kid like Ashton, and obviously he doesn't have a lot of 410 wing experience, but I think with our team we have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience, and I think I can help him along the way. I don't know what the whole deal is, but I do know he's racing the car, and I'm there for him and will help him out the best I can. I don't know a lot about Ashton. I don't know what, you know, his background is other than the midgets and the Chili Bowl and all that stuff, but I'm there for him, and I'll try to help him out as best as I can, as much as I can, and try to get him feeling comfortable on, you know, new surfaces and bigger tracks and such.
Well, listening to you, like you said, you don't know the money deal. You're not really picking these guys. Is this it seems like you're more so a little fired up, as the comment was earlier, about seeing the reaction, seeing the post, like you said, me, Jeremy Elliott, Dirt Track, everybody talking about this scenario. Is it a situation where you feel this invested because potentially you backing away from the car has even got it in this position?
Well,
Do you know what I
really,
mean by that? I mean, if you would have just stayed racing, this wouldn't be a scenario in a way. So you kind of feel like potentially a little responsible that this is even happening.
well, I don't know. I don't know if I spend too much time thinking about it. I mean, I just was on my Facebook and I see something, Jacob responds to critics. I click on it. You and Clyde are talking. Clyde's a friend of mine. It was pretty funny, so I was like, I'll just chime in just because it just seemed like a funny thing to do. I mean, truthfully, I don't really care about what comments on Facebook or Twitter or any, I don't really spend my day, worrying about that kind of stuff. But as anybody else in today's world, when I'm done working or whatever, you get on Facebook and it's kind of hard not to start reading comments and this and that.
You seemed pretty
And
upset earlier. I mean, on
well,
that comment.
I just think it's really disrespectful of people, like on the same token, all, race fans can be like these super nice people that are like, I support you and this and that. But in the same token, they say, oh, this team's, a clown team or they should shut it down or all this and that. And it's like, it's just unbelievable that people even talk that way.
Well, I
mean,
never said shut it down. So, but you're
well,
talking
I'm
about just
not
the
saying
overall.
yeah, you just see stuff, right? Like there's all kinds of comments, right? And, I just find it super disrespectful. My dad's an 80-year-old man that puts his whole life and his heart and everything he's got into this race team. And I'm there for my dad. And I'm there for Logan. And because of all that, and we've stayed with it for this long, we've created something really great. And I stepped away from racing because I want to be there for my family. I get nervous about getting hurt in a race car and crashing and, those sorts of things. I'm around it. I've seen things, and it makes me nervous. So, and my dad's an old man. I want to be there for my dad and be able to have him rely on me to manage his race team and for me to hopefully be there for another driver that can have success in my car. There's nothing about me that wants the 1A car to not be on the racetrack or perform at the level that it should. I mean, realistically, let's just say I wasn't married and I didn't have a family or all this and that, and I was just being a road dog, I'd probably still be on the Outlaw Tour, the High Limit Tour. Like, my car, that's where it's been. And it can still be all that, and I want it to be that kind of stuff. But I stepped away because of my family and all that stuff. So all these people that want to disrespect and say shut it down or Jacob's this or this team's that, it's just unbelievable talk. I mean, these people aren't putting in the effort that we've been putting in over all these years. I mean, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of sacrifice. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of all this stuff. And just because you fire a guy after 3 races, oh, now the team's a clown show. Oh, shut it down. All this and that.
See that's.
I mean, that's unbelievable talk. I mean, that talk is so silly that the people writing it have to feel like they're. I mean, it's stupid. It makes no sense. I mean, if somebody like that, if that's the opinions that they have, I would love for them to go talk to a car owner like my dad or Tony Stewart or Casey Kane or mechanics like Ricky Warner or Barry Jackson or Paul Silva, and go talk that logic to those guys and see what kind of reaction you get. They're going to feel like idiots walking away because the things they say are idiotic. It makes no logical sense, the stuff they say. So after 3 races with this Cale guy, he crashes some cars. We don't like it. It's red flags. We fire him. Well, all of a sudden now it's a clown show. We need to shut down the operation and all this stuff. It's disrespectful and it's stupid talk. So move on from it.
Well, and see, like the title of this, the episode here says reputation switch, and that's what I was talking about. Like you just said, years of y'all building from the ground base, you being the character that fans seem to enjoy and like and kind of have a personal feeling of a relationship with. Y'all are like this underdog team that's built up through all these years. You had your issues. People, were there for you and the fan base and the community. And then this whole week has happened. This is why I even titled it. It looks that way. It's like this was this team that was so great, the underdog, everyone loves everybody. And then these things have happened, and it just seems like in 4 days, like I literally said this to Clyde, in 4 days, that reputation of just great old good people doing all they can has switched to this getting rid of a guy as early as possible and now potentially just renting the car out or whatever. That's the notion across the board. It's a complete reputation that I don't think I've ever seen happen that fast.
Right. Well, the decision's not a personal thing. It's not like, we don't like Cale Thomas. Just tearing up all the stuff is red flags. We just can't afford all that stuff. There's nothing against Cale at all. I don't dislike Cale. I like Cale. I think he's a good guy. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's a good racer. I just think his style and his potential of crashing. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I watched Cale, I've never worked on a car like where I'm the mechanic and somebody drives the car. Like, I didn't do the whole Tanner Holmes deal. It was exciting. Cale was fast. The car looked good. It was exciting.
And I think a lot of people saw that, So.
And I enjoyed that. But it's too. Our deal is a business, and when it's business, when it comes down to business, whether you're father or son or friend, an employee, whatever it is, when it's business, you got to do business decisions, and that might look, it looks wrong
really
or right, but you're not in the business to make that judgment. So it's just a business decision. Now, when you talk about, the team and the fan base and all this stuff and Mr. Good Guy or whatever you're saying, here's the I love all the fans that I've had great fans. I've had great support. People, I enjoy taking time to talk to fans. There's a lot of really cool people. I've taken time to talk to you. People dog on you, Chaz, and I've sat there and BS'd with you, talked to you. I laugh at some of your stuff. I like taking time for fans. I always have. I just like talking to people. That's just the kind of guy I am. But at the same time, I'm not going to take shit from people all the time either. That side of me you're not going to see as a fan, because there's no reason for a fan to see that side of me. I always would feel bad if I had a bad race, or I was like getting irritated of like running last, or getting tired of being on the road and not being at home. And a fan who I would 10 out of 10 times take time to talk to for 15 minutes, I would blow them off. I would always feel bad about that, because I'm not that kind of guy. But in the end, if these people that are talking shit online or whatever, or being disrespectful online, the other side of me is I don't really care for the internet talk. If those people would say the same stuff to my face, you're going to see a different side of me. I'm not going to take shit from people, and I'm not going to take shit from people when they talk about my family, our race team, or myself. I ain't dealing with it. So I'm just that kind of guy. I'm as nice of a guy as you can find. I'll take time with you. I'll talk to you. I'll laugh with you. I'll joke with you. I'll be honest with you. But I'm not taking shit. I don't really care for all the disrespect when it comes from a view that's not knowing the logistics of it. And that's just it. You just got to move on. You just can't sit there and every day make a YouTube video where these people just run their course through the comments of talking shit. I mean, I can't even believe people have that much time to invest themselves in it. I mean, do you guys have something else to do, or does it revolve around us firing Cale? Move on.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about my content in particular, I had 3 different topics yesterday. It was one of them. It was hard to or Monday, it was hard to not talk about it. I mean, it was a thing that happened, and a lot of people paid attention. I think that this team also is in the spotlight, obviously, with being Bobby Allen's car and you racing it and the whole team. It has a pretty big fan base. So if anything happens around this car, it is going to be talked about and viewed. I think that is a part of it, and that's why I was asking earlier if you feel like maybe your response or like there's some kind of responsibility to this whole reaction and thing that's happening because of you backing out of the seat is why they're trying to find a guy, you know.
Yeah, I understand, like, trust me, I understand when everybody does their 90s at 9 or dirt tracker daily and whatever. I know when the weekend's done that's just kind of the culture of the game, Jacob Allen and Shark Racing and Cale Thomas split ways. Oh my gosh, what happened? This is so crazy or whatever. But in the end, it's just a business decision, and we can't afford to tear up stuff. So that, that's just that. But it's basically it's Thursday, and we're still crying the blues about it.
Well, you got a new driver now too. So I mean,
yeah, but like this kid's an 18-year-old kid. I mean, people should just leave the guy alone. Let him come in, let him race. Let him do his thing. If he runs dead last, who cares? Just let him be. If he wins, good job. I mean, it's the outside that puts the pressure on it. I mean, there was even Cale. I felt like that. It's like, as far as me and my team goes, away from the internet or social media, there's no pressure. So like, Cale's 27-year-old man. Ashton's a 18-year-old. I don't know if you call 18-year-olds man or kid, but it's a kid in my eyes. Just I just want the kid to come in and feel no pressure. I mean, if he runs good or bad, just don't be tearing up stuff all the time. There's no need for it. Just be safe, be smart, and run a good race. That's all we ask for.
Well, and I think maybe that's also playing the factor, like you're saying, business decision. I think a lot of people fell in love with this team by y'all going on the road, not necessarily such a great business decision and penny pinching and getting to where y'all were at. And then, all of a sudden now it is business decisions. Obviously when y'all went on the road, that wasn't necessarily money smart. That was to live out a dream.
Listen, it's all the same fundamentals 12 years later. If I went out there and ran high limits this year, and I tore up stuff every week, my team would shut down. It would be done. We just can't. It isn't that kind of team. It's like this. Let's just say, for whatever reason, one night I tear up a car, and then the next night I bend up a front axle. The next 3 races, I might run 15th and just stay out of the way because we need to move along. And, hey, the King's Royal is coming up, and we need to rebuild our program a little bit so we can be even somewhat competitive at the King's Royal. I mean, I can't tell you how many times in my life I just pulled off the racetrack because I was running 20th, and it doesn't pay any different. When you race the World of Outlaws, from 24th to 15th pays the same. Well, if I'm not going anywhere, and I was never, like, in a points thing, so that's a whole different element. But for myself, I was never, like, in a points battle or whatever. So if I'm running 20th and I'm just making laps and I'm going nowhere, I pulled off the track to save the equipment. That is the business decision. We took our $1,200 or whatever it is to run 20th, and we moved on to the next race. And that just kept going and going. Now, if I qualified, in the top 5 and I have a legitimate chance at starting on the front row or whatever, then it changes the game a little bit. But it's all thinking about, like, what moves you want to make. But in the end, the business, how we got to where we're at was by being smart on the racetrack and not crashing. So that is still the thing. That'll always be the thing. Otherwise, if we just stand on the gas, run wide open, take all the chances in the world, it'll be done. Whether it's Logan Schuchart or, well, I'm done, but Jacob Allen or whoever it might be. And really, I think even your best teams, if their drivers just went through shit all the time, they probably are getting canned. I mean, you just don't see David Gravel tearing up shit all the time. And I don't know. That could just go down a whole other thing. If, I don't know if you can just get rid of a guy like David Gravel because
I mean, that's a little different of a scenario. Good. I mean,
yeah. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, even if you have a top tier team and you just tearing shit up all the time, I mean, they might get tired of that.
Well, and also, I don't know, I think another reason
we're like the biggest small team you could probably find. I mean, we're still the same team of when we started X amount of years ago. I mean, Logan Schuchart is second in the world of outlaw points. I would guess the majority of people have no idea of what kind of shop he works out of and where they come, where that program comes out. People wouldn't even believe it. I mean, we come from the same thing. I mean, hell, look, if Logan tried to build a car in the shop that he works at, he probably couldn't even find the damn tools right now. There's so much shit laying around the place. And that's not because of Logan. That's because just how that shop is. I mean, it's just amazing how people think they have so much stuff figured out about teams and situations, and they have really no idea.
Right. So, say Ashton comes in and he has some wrecks. Is it going to be the same type of treatment? Or, I mean, we see some younger guys, they get into situations, and if they have funding, it stays going because they can replace the things that they damage. You obviously said that Cale could only replace the tail tank. So that's obviously not sufficient for the things that were damaged.
Right. I know later on he's like, so we'll pay for this stuff. It's like, what? I don't even know who these people are. I never even met these people. I don't, that's after the fact, all of a sudden now we have all these people to come fix everything and this and that. It's like the damage is already done. Now, as far as Ashton goes, I just pray that we can get through the weekend smoothly, safely, and not have to go through all this shit. I mean, I've never had to go through so much bullshit between myself crashing at Lincoln to me stopping racing, then the truck breaks down, then Cale's tearing up all this stuff. And we had, we didn't expect to move on from Cale. It just happened that way. It is what it is. I don't like all this stuff. It's a bunch of BS in my life too. And I have to work and fix stuff and build shit. And, I mean, I'm on the side of the road with the truck. I mean, I don't want to fire Cale. I don't want to sit on the side of the road. I don't want to build cars. I don't want to flip cars when I was racing. I mean, this is a bunch of bullshit in my own personal life. So with Ashton, I just want him to feel comfortable. I want him to be safe. I want him to run his race, be smart, and just get through the weekend safely. I just want the car to come home in one piece. And that's all I expect. I mean, a good goal would just be able to make the race. And then after that, finish 25 laps. If he doesn't feel comfortable, pull in. I mean, it's a start. We have to start somewhere. And not a good start is by running into the walls. It's not a good start.
Right.
So if that's the case and he runs into the wall and tears a bunch of stuff up, I pray and pray and pray that is not the situation we have, but things do happen in racing, and I understand that. But we might have to evaluate that. It is what it is. Just because Cale ran into the wall doesn't mean that the next guy runs into the wall and we go, oh, it's okay. It's not that way. It's still the same standard no matter who it is.
Right. Well, and I do think that this is such a high profile. I still think it's a high profile team. for a driver to come in and go out as quick, I don't think anyone's ever seen that recently either. And I think that's also adding to the shock factor and reaction issues that you're seeing. I mean, when's the last time you saw a premier team, a marquee team at least, throw a guy in and throw a guy out? And so, and even like you said, the wrecks are the reason, but we just ain't seen it happen that quick before. Bad luck or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't really spend time looking at that, evaluating that, or caring about that. I don't really think it matters. I mean, if it's a record, then write it down in the record books as the fastest fire that ever happened. I mean, does it really matter?
If it doesn't matter to y'all, then it doesn't. But I'm just saying that I think that's why people are losing their minds in the comment section and making you so frustrated.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry that people are losing their minds over this. I mean, it's hardly, hardly something that big of a deal to lose your mind about.
And what,
I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, why lose your mind over something like that?
A commenter did just make a good point. He said, you do care. Obviously, you do care. Your reaction to this is very, like we haven't seen.
I care because I care, really my biggest thing I care about is that people say a lot of these different things. I care mostly about it because my dad's the one that's put all of this, he's an 81-year-old man who's put in a lot of his time, his money. He does everything he can, so we have had stuff to race. And when people talk about the program the way they have, yeah, it does bother me a little bit, and I do care about that because that's my dad, and you don't see guys that are 80 years old putting the effort in like he does. And I'm there for my dad. So when people are talking about the program, they can say whatever the hell they want about me, but really they're talking about my dad too. And that pisses me off. So that's just that.
So it's a defensive thing, really. You feel like you're standing up for your dad in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just disrespectful to talk about a program that a guy who is, like I said, 80 years old, putting in all this effort for not just me, Logan, giving crew guys opportunities and drivers like myself an opportunity, Logan, Tanner Holmes, Cale, all these, all the people that have been involved with us throughout the years. I mean, it didn't happen without my dad. So he's the reason why, and obviously a lot of other people and sponsors, but the very core root of it is because of my dad. My dad's the one that wanted to take us on the road and give us a chance. So when people are talking about the program that way, it's just so disrespectful. I mean, I do care about that. I don't care if people say Jacob's a clown or Jacob's this or Jacob's that. Like, I could give two shits about what you say about me. It's just the moral of it is I feel like you're disrespecting my dad. And I don't appreciate that kind of stuff.
Right. What was there any right way to talk about it? I mean, it has to be talked about in some way. I mean, you can't control the reactions of everyone, but is there? I mean, it was a big deal to a lot of people to see Cale go in and out.
I don't know.
It is a part of the sport. I mean, and like I said, it's a marquee team. I mean, there is something that comes with that, with the reach that's been developed.
On the other side of it, like you say, like you go, I've never seen a team hire a guy and fire a guy so quickly. Then how does, at the same time, just in 3 races, we go from a marquee team to a team that should shut down? Like, how's that happen?
That's why I said a reputation switch. It does seem like that is the notion.
But like, are fans that quick to just jump ship? Like, is it that simple of a game? Like, how can you, like, is it that easy?
I don't know who said shut the team down, but I don't know if it was me, Jeremy, or
like,
shut
the team down. Like, I've seen comments like retire the 1A, or this team's like a shit show or a clown thing or whatever. It's like, so 1 week I retire or whatever, and everybody says, all these people are supporting me and this and that and saying, great decision. And then, we hire Cale and everybody's like, this is so great. Wow, wow, wow. We love it. And then you fire the guy because he crashes, tears up all this stuff, and you make a business decision, what we thought made sense to us. And now all of a sudden it's a flip of a script over 3 races. I mean, how does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the same thing you're saying. You know what I mean? Like how does it change that quick? I didn't change as a person. I didn't change as a person. My attitude didn't change. Like I said, I like Cale. Just for us, there was just some red flags with the tearing up stuff that didn't make sense. So because it's the quickest firing and hiring thing the world's ever seen in sprint car racing, now we're our reputation's completely flipped upside down. So were these people even that loyal to begin with?
I can't disagree with that. I have seen the dirt fan, unless you're Kyle or somebody, they will flip pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't spend a whole lot of time like getting too involved with the whole internet thing, but I just am trying to understand that as well. I mean, people have been nothing but supportive towards me in my racing, and I don't even know how it happened that way. People have been very great to me, but then all of a sudden one little thing happens and it's like, oh, it's all bad, and it's this reputation thing's going on, and it's like, how did that one little thing make that big of an impact when it's just a business thing? I mean, how can people be that attached and opinionated on a business decision? Why does that matter so much to people, and how does it change a reputation that quickly?
I think I could halfway explain that. I do, and obviously the fan situation is on a minuscule level, but I do think that a lot of the fans of this sport are very hardcore dirt track sprint car fans, especially there in the PA area. They love it. It's something their dad took them to. They went their whole life. They've spent thousands of dollars for the fan. For me, when I feel like I have a right to talk, is you see me travel up and down the road, busting it pretty damn hard, trying to cover the sport that I care about and love. And there's some things I call out that I don't like about it, which get some respect and get some hatred too. Obviously, you've mentioned that. I feel like maybe the fans feel like even though they aren't invested in your team, that they are invested in the sport. And that kind of lays down that foundation to where, I pay my whatever to get in and have for 30 or 40 years. I have a voice to say whatever I want about XYZ topic in a way, if that makes sense. Not me, but the fan.
Yeah,
and then obviously me.
Hey, I'm trying to understand it too. I'm trying to understand it myself. I don't get it. And like, not even just on like this topic, but a lot of topics. I mean, people like, are either super supportive or like it's like nasty, like talking shit, and it's like I don't understand where like the entitlement of like some of the talk comes from sometimes. It's like, well, is it, what you're saying, like, hey, I've been going to the races for 40 years and paying this. I don't know. I'm trying to understand it too. Like, I don't know what makes you entitled to like, talk about people's teams or families or things, the way that some people do in the negative sense of things. I'm not that way. I don't think like that. So I don't understand where that kind of mindset comes from.
Well, and this is something I brought up.
And I don't even understand how I'm talking to you on the phone at 12:30 at night, but I am.
Well, this is something I brought up with Tony.
Here's the deal, and I'm not mad. I mean, I'm talking with a little bit of frustration, but really I'm not mad. I'm good. I'm happy. I have a great life, all this stuff. I have a great team. I'm excited for Ashton. I think you're a funny guy. You make me laugh. You have, you like to make controversy, which is fun. Like, that's not, that wouldn't be my thing, but some of your stuff is pretty dang funny, and I like it. But sometimes it's like, here I am, people talk a bunch of shit about you, and half the time I feel like I'm there, I've had your back and like been, talk to you, make jokes with you, and then I feel like you're causing controversy with me. So I think, well, what the hell is that about? That makes me not even want to, joke around with you and shit anymore.
Well, it's a situation that happened this week that is definitely different than anything that I've seen recently. It was very quick. I was looking forward to the Cale Thomas combination. And I know that some people like to say I caused controversy and stuff like that, but I don't know if the sport didn't do some fucked off shit or fucked off things didn't happen that I wouldn't say. There's a lot of things that happen in the sport that people don't say anything about. That's something Stewart accredited to me. There's a lot of things that happen that everybody's kind of afraid to touch or talk about, which could cause people to dislike you if you talk or bring it up. But I haven't been afraid to talk or bring up. So it's not necessarily looking to cause controversy. It's just there's a lot of fucked off shit that happens. And I'm, for some reason, the only guy willing to say anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think, I don't know what goes on or what, I don't know what kind of things happen in the racing world. I just kind of stick to my own thing and keep plugging away. But I do
think the reputation switched. You said I was shit talking
stuff.
you. I mean, I do think the reputation, the persona of this thing, the good old, like you said, the good old version of the 1A car it's totally flopped now.
I mean, I think that's just
and that's why you're getting mad.
But I don't know if I'm not mad one bit. I don't see it that way. I mean, that's just maybe the way you see it, and that's fine. That doesn't bother me,
Okay.
Yeah, that really, I mean, we're just talking in circles now.
Yeah, I mean, I can let you go if you need to go. You did mention it's late.
Oh, no, I mean, like I said, we're just talking in circles, and I mean, like you said, your stuff, you say stuff that people aren't going to say or whatever people are thinking, and I don't think that that's a bad thing at all. I think that people like that stuff. It's funny, or it brings light to topics or whatever. And I don't know what the topics are or anything like that, but it can be funny. Like I thought it was funny when you did your whole what happened to Carson Macedo down in Australia when he broke his leg,
the
or
kangaroo
arm,
attack.
Yeah, was it a kangaroo? Was it a shark bite? Was it a boogie board? I mean, that shit's funny.
I was obviously wrong about the Rico.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Carson. Glad he's all right, but it's kind of funny when you said he crashed a boogie board. I mean, that shit's funny.
Right.
It doesn't have to be all serious and political all the time. I mean, preferably not. Preferably not make it political and, serious all the time, because it don't need to be.
Well, and I guess that would be the main topic I would say I talk about is the politics of racing, and they're so undercover, the politics of racing. They're so masked by so many things that I think that's why it's rare to hear them talked about. If
you say that so such in a deep way, I don't even know what that means. That's
good. It's good that you don't. Out of sight, out of mind. It's honestly, I mean, look at where I'm at. It's
but
not
I'm
doing
curious.
too great.
It's intriguing. It's what is there that is so masked or whatever? What goes on? I mean, I think everything's pretty much out there. I mean, I don't know what's so hidden. I mean, I don't know whose girlfriends sleep with who or this or that. I
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I know, but I'm you hear some of that kind of talk every once in a while floating around, but I don't know what's so hidden from the public. I think most of the stuff's pretty much wide open.
Well, sprint car racing's definitely kind of hidden. I think it deserves more respect in that element.
Oh,
but
maybe in that way. Shine light on the sport, but the politics of what goes on in sprint car racing, I feel it's pretty much it's pretty much out there. If you want to know something about it, I think you can find it.
Yeah. I mean, there's some interesting politics in the streaming world
You're a
and
conspiracy
the high
guy.
limit. Oh
You're a
yeah,
big
100%.
conspiracy
Oh,
guy. Yeah,
you,
you're
you can't
like,
you can't ever believe what they tell you. That's for sure.
oh yeah, that's like your name to fame is
Well, I mean, you
conspiracy.
get Kevin Nouse coming out with what he had to say. You got the turn one
See, I
guy.
don't even know what that means. Like,
Oh, well, I
what
mean,
did
Kevin
Kevin?
Nouse basically came out and said that High Limit, when he was working for him, was hiding the tech area. He was finding
Oh
illegal
no,
parts
that's
and things
bad.
on cars, and
Oh
that's why
Lord.
they departed, basically.
Oh Lord, that's bad.
See, but you're having the family life. You don't even know. You don't even care about this stuff, which is good. That's why I said it's good to not know some of this stuff. You know,
No, I think it's funny. I think it's interesting.
or
You
like
know,
the banner
or like,
situation at the Chili Bowl. You know, we had on Monday night,
oh,
the
the
guy who
band.
works turn one at the Chili Bowl literally called in and basically said they threw the caution for Larson to save him.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
it's
That's
conspiracy until
unbelievable.
it's confirmed, I guess.
So what? You're saying somebody cut the banner on purpose?
No. They threw the banner was on the track for 4 laps, and they didn't throw the caution until he made a mistake and was getting threatened for the lead. That's exactly what the
Oh,
turn one worker said 2 nights ago, which is what I was assuming they did originally, or my argument point. I think it's weird that the sport enjoys seeing Kyle beat us. You think they would see the value in us beating him, but
I don't know. Is Clyde still on the phone?
Clyde is not on the phone. But I guarantee you
How do
he's
we get
still
Clyde
tuning.
on the phone?
I have yet to figure out how to do the three-way conversations, but I should
I'm
probably
glad
look
we
into
could
that.
move on from the whole talk about my
When
thing.
are
Holy
you
cow.
racing again? We know it ain't over. There's no way.
I'm done.
There's
I'm
no
done.
way. You could say it
I'm
forever.
done. I'm wifed up, babied up, dog. I got the dogs. I'm done.
So you're
I'm
saying
done.
even in 4 years or 5 years, kids get older, they can
I
come to the track. You're not going to show them how to get it done.
well, I didn't know how to get it done very much, anyways. But I think it'd be worth to come later. I think if I was gonna do it, I'd just stay with it. But really, I think the only race in my mind I feel like I'll miss is probably like the King's Royal. I think I'll miss the King's Royal a little bit, but I'll be all right. Like I said, I had a lot of fun working on Cale's car and watching him race. I mean, I had a lot of fun with it. It's exciting. Makes you. I felt a lot more nervous watching Cale race than, I mean, I don't watch myself race, but like, me racing the car. Like,
Being in it. Yeah.
it was exciting, and I had a lot of fun with that. And I have a lot of experience setting up my own car. So I feel like I can set up a car decent, and I just don't think I was as good of a driver as my car probably was. I think you get the right guy in there that's smart and smooth and isn't crashing and all that stuff. I think that my car can feel really good, or at least I hope so. Because when you have a shit car, it's terrible. It doesn't feel good at all.
So I'm just saying, Darren Pittman does good hopping in a couple times a year. That's never going to be you.
I don't think so, man. Here's
Even
the
like
deal.
a King's Royal. I mean, it pays good. You make the show. It's a profiteering, thing. I mean, you got the experience there.
Here's
That's
the deal.
big.
Me, and there's a lot of racers that I've talked to about all this stuff, I worry about crashing way too much. I just worry about it. I don't want, I worried about it when I was younger, and once I got married, I worried about it a little bit more, and now that I have my baby, I worry about it even more. I just, I grew up with a unique family life, and, I didn't have what I have today with my house and even my dogs and my wife and my kid. I didn't grow up like that. So I have all that, and it scares me to have the potential risk of getting hurt in a race car. Just how I feel. So that weighs on me too much for me to want to like keep going through that, because it would stress me out a lot.
You seem like the guy
As
who
a
might be
driver.
open to more things. I always thought you were open-minded. Do you ever think you could stomach driving a late model or a big block or something else, or just something that's safer, or maybe sprint car
Here's the
racing
deal.
gets safe, and then, because I still think they need a new race car. I don't think there's enough room. I think the whole car needs to be redesigned, but
Yeah, they are tight. They are small. No, I mean, honestly, man, I feel very happy with my decision. Like I said, I had a lot of fun. Like, working with Cale was my first time doing that. I had a lot of fun with it. It was exciting. Really, I want this whole thing to work out. I want it to find a driver that we gel with, we race together with, and we build something that way. I hope. It doesn't sound like Ashton has a lot of 410 experience. I don't know what the whole plan, I don't know what all the logistics are. I don't know, if he's planning the race just this weekend or the whole year. I don't know any of that stuff. I just know he's racing, and I got to get a car, make sure the stuff's ready to go. So I want to find, I hope that we find a driver, whether it be him or whoever, and we can gel with them. I can work with them, share my experiences with them, and I don't really like labeling like, hey, crew chief or anything like that. Like, I just will do whatever we got to do to have a safe race car and a good handling race car and hopefully a successful race car. So I want this to work out where I can get paid to do this and manage the team and help get the cars ready, whether I'm helping me or the 1A car or Logan's car or whatever. And, that be my job, because if that didn't work out and if the 1A would shut down, well, I'm just like anybody. I would have to figure out a whole new thing. I've never had like a regular 9-to-5 job or anything like that. Like,
so this 1A team is your job now, in a sense.
It's my job.
This is your job.
It's my job. I'm no different than like when Clyde Knipp worked for the 41 car. I'm no different than Clyde Knipp or whoever else is on the road. And I'm probably getting, whatever. So I'm no different than that. So if that wouldn't work out and the 1A team wasn't a thing anymore, well, I would be in a really unique situation. Like, I didn't go to college. I struggled to get through high school. I was just on the road from the time I was 17 till, last year. And I don't have any trades other than being a freaking race car driver and working on this stuff. So if this wouldn't work out, I'm in a really unique spot. So I want it to work. And I like racing. I have a lot of, I love racing. It's fun to be there. I've met a lot of good people. I have a lot of friends. I can bring my family to it. So, for me, I really want it to work out, and I care about it to work out, and not just for myself, but, for my dad too. I want to show him that we can make this work without me being in the race car. I don't want the 1A to only rely on Jacob Allen being in the car, because it's not fair for my dad to have me in the car, because 1 minute I can block out in my mind worrying about crashing and this and that, and I can be on the gas and doing whatever it takes to win, because to win a World of Outlaw race or a high limit race or, those kind of races, well, you got to be on the gas, and you can't be worrying about crashing or this or that. Well, then the next week, I might see somebody crash bad or whatever or get hurt, and I would worry about it a lot, and it would really stress me out, and it would make me nervous, and I might go a couple weeks where my head's not in it the right way. And I don't think that that's fair to my team, or, it's not fair. So it'd be nice to get a driver in there who fits all the, bulletin points of being like smart, safe, doesn't crash very often or whatever, and we can get this thing rolling. I don't want to jump around the drivers. I'd like to get one, like, unfortunate, like, it'd be nice just to get one driver and move along, go racing and do our thing. And we have a bunch of great stuff. We have a great program. We have very nice equipment. We've prepared very, very well. I mean, when Cale came in there, there's basically 2 cars with motors, and they're all ready to go. And only one of those 2 cars was where they had to be, like, fabrication work had to be done. But you still have to fix stuff on both cars. You had to tear the one car apart, and you got to fix the other stuff, and you got to check everything. I mean, it ain't just, there's only me and one other guy, and I got a 15-year-old that comes by the shop and helps me out. I mean, I don't have, Ricky Warner and, I don't have a great crew chief, a great car chief, and a great tire guy. I just got the good old boys from around home, and we're trying to make it happen. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's tough.
Yeah, and I mean, that's hard to do. I mean, it's not like the driver pool is just perfect out there right now. I think that's why a lot of people was expecting or hoping Zeb Wise to be in there, because that's probably the highest profile driver that we don't see in a car right now,
Right. And you got to think too, man, like here's, like, I don't know, like, in any sport, man, like, some people just don't get the opportunity. There's great race car drivers all across the United States, and if they got in the right opportunity and it gelled right, we might not know who the next best young guy is or driver out there is. It's like, we pick from the same group of guys. Well, there's probably somebody out there, you give them a chance, and they might grow into be, a really great, they might end up having a great career in wing sprint car racing. You just never know. I mean, people just have to end up getting the right opportunity. It doesn't have to be the same 5 drivers that, they kind of jump out of this car or that car, and you pick them up, and they, some of those guys are getting older. So you kind of have to start looking at the 18-year-olds and the 20-year-olds and the next guys coming. I mean, let's just say I'm racing. Well, I don't know if if I'm 30, like, I don't know if, 40 years old being a full-time World of Outlaw driver, I mean, I don't know. That's got, you got some age to you, 40 years old isn't just the youngest guy on the block going all up and down the road.
Especially in today's world. I mean, Tony Stewart said he was a young gun in NASCAR at 28. That's old and washed up almost nowadays, at 28.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously that stuff changes, because it's like, I say that stuff, but it's like, I remember Jack Honsfield, he's like in his 50s and he runs 3rd at the Kings Royal, or you got Darren Pittman out there ripping. And so obviously that stuff's not impossible, but the number is a lot smaller. Like, when you're looking at a driver's meeting photo from the World of Outlaws or High Limits, it's a lot of young dudes. It's a lot of young guys. So it'd be nice to start looking at a younger guy and giving him a chance, and hopefully you can help, lead them into, a successful career or wherever it might take them. It'd be nice to be able to influence, a young guy that way.
Well, it seems like that's where you're going. If this is the
I hope so.
Kind of, obviously you already mentioned your dad's age. Is he good for another 10 years, or is this something that you're looking at long term as something that you're going to be operating?
I hope so. I mean, it's all
That's
I know,
the plan. Then you're hoping that's the plan.
I'm hoping. I mean, 80's not. 80's. It's pretty. Not a lot of people make it to 80. So I'm grateful I have my dad and I get to do all this stuff with my dad. But a lot of people don't make it to 80. So I try to figure all that stuff out. We've built quite a big operation, and for me to be able to handle it all, if my dad wouldn't be here, would be, it's that's a lot of weight on my shoulders. But at the same time, my heart's in it. I care about it. I care about everything my dad's put into it. Logan's put into it. It's been my whole life. So To what, I don't see why it should fail, or I don't feel like it's anywhere close to that. So like, if that felt like the right thing to do, then maybe that would be kind of the thought process that you would have. But right now, I look at it as we can have our operation be as good as it's been, but just get a younger guy in there, or somebody that's not me, and help them grow their career, or even maybe they like our thing so much that they don't want to go. I don't know. I've never done this side of it.
When you say really they don't want to go, is this team with another driver? Do you never see it being a full-time team on Outlaw or High Limit with a driver?
I'm sure my dad would. I'm sure my dad wants to go. Well, these are all things I got to figure out at some point too. It's like, I guarantee you by the end of this year, if everything, gets rolling and goes smooth, like, my dad's going to want the 1A car on the Outlaw Tour, or, my dad probably would want it on the Outlaw Tour. And I can't go on the Outlaw Tour.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
I gotta be there with my family. I don't know, man. Like, having a kid changes the whole game, so
you would more so see it, I guess, as like a Kreitz situation, something that's PA regionally.
Hey, I think Kreitz has got it going on. I haven't even got this whole thing.
You haven't thought about it much.
Well, it hasn't happened. Like, Tanner Holmes' situation was really great. Like, he did, he got in the car, he didn't tear up a bunch of stuff, and he got races in, and he had speed, and it all meshed really well. But at that time, I stepped away from the World of Outlaw Tour, and I came home. I was living at the garage with my wife, and I wanted to get a house, and I just wanted to get off the road. I just wanted to break from the Outlaw Tour. It's all I ever did since I was 19 till I was 28 years old. That's all I ever did. So, and I was living at the garage and all that stuff. So I wanted to get home and all that. So Tanner Holmes thing, I wasn't involved in, like, helping on the car or this and that. But, like, let's just say I was, and Tanner Holmes wanted to be in the car, the next year, and run the schedule I have out this year. Like, I think that would be good. I think he would, a guy like Tanner Holmes could bring in, good amount of money around Pennsylvania and have success. I mean, it seems like, throughout the last few years, it's either Dietrich or Macri or, those guys take all the money away from Pennsylvania. It seems like it'd be nice if, we could get our car where we're taken away from some of that. But that's not an easy task. I mean, when I'm watching Pennsylvania, like, being around home, well, Pennsylvania could be its own sanction if they wanted it to be. I mean, Pennsylvania's fast. Those guys are on the gas. They run hard, and they're badasses. I mean, I don't know how many people have heard of Matt Campbell, but freaking Matt Campbell
quick
just
this year.
He's this little local guy, right? And he stands on the damn gas. I mean, like, those guys they're hard to beat. I mean, if a guy like him gets a chance to start up front at the Outlaw show when they come in, he's going to be fast. Yeah. I mean, they run at that speed around here.
You have about, I would say, 6, 7 cars that are Outlaw calibered. They just stay there.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't, I've only been to, so, you got Chase Deeds, and now you got Brock, you got Troy Wagaman, you got, I mean, there's a bunch.
You just mentioned Campbell,
I mean, Matt Campbell, Dietrich, Macri. I mean, then you go to Port, and you got Logan Wagner and DeWeese and Whittle and Freddie, and I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, they're fast. I mean, and they're very unique, man. Like, like, you go to Port Royal, and it's like, Port Royal is this really nice racetrack, and it's like, you go there and you're hauling ass all the time. I mean, if you're just running, like, around here all the time, you're kind of running the same few tracks. Like, on the road, what I've noticed now is, like, you kind of get a little bit of a breath of fresh air. You kind of go to new tracks, and that, these different shapes and sizes and surfaces and this and that. Like around here, like you're going to be on a half mile at Williams Grove or Sealands Grove or Port. And then, I mean, those are fast tracks and big, obviously, but Lincoln's fast.
Yeah.
I mean, Lincoln's a
It's a
little
big
track, but
track. It races like a
you're
big track.
hauling ass at Lincoln. You're hauling ass around Lincoln. And then, like, this past weekend, like, those guys are pounding the top, a thin top at Lincoln. And I think, damn, like, they're just good. They're just good around here. I mean, Pennsylvania, they should sanction it around here and get, have a little points fund
Yeah, they
thing,
should have a series.
They should have a series. I mean, like, California's got NARC. Pennsylvania should have Park or something. I don't fucking know, but like, something. I mean, it's a good thing around here. They just got to get everybody together and the tracks together and put something going on.
Yeah, it seems like that's the deal. I guess, back to the politics of the sports, probably keeping that from happening.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know all the politics of stuff. I don't know. Like I said, I like to just kind of do my thing and stay low key and, just focus on the race team and working on the cars and stuff like that. Or, when I was racing the car and, that's about it. But, I guess there is politics to it. And, I don't know. I just don't worry about all of it because when it comes to the politics to it, I am very, very far down on the totem pole. So my opinion probably does not have any value at all.
Mm. So
I don't think I'm making a change in anything.
So long term, the 1A is the Kreitz car, technically.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how. See, that's what's interesting. It'd be interesting to hear like a guy like Kreitz talk about how he does it and the logistics. I'd be curious about it, like he obviously has a really good thing and he gets, Pittman to drive it and, Ryan Smith to drive it. Like, I don't know how he does his business of racing. I don't, how it all makes sense to him and what races to run with these guys and that guys. I mean, whatever we got to do to make it work, in the business way where, the car can bring in money and, be competitive and this and that. Like, I'm all for it. I don't think I can go on the World of Outlaw tour and be on the road. I mean, I just, I don't know. It would have to be all.
Is there a decent
out.
amount of financial incentive to stay on the tour and on the road?
Well, yeah, I mean, the being on the national series is just what that's the way to go. I mean,
business
guys
wise,
there's insurance to it. You get the pit passes, you get the tow money, you get the point fund money.
pack stands everywhere with the T-shirt trailer. It probably helps too.
Yeah, and I mean that if people sell T-shirts or whatever. I mean, that's another business to the thing, it's an element to it. But like, just say the driving side of it, like, or like a team owner, you have the pit passes, the point fund. Some tracks, they only have 27 cars, so like you're probably going to make your $1,200 or whatever it is, and and it might be 2 tracks that weekend of 27 cars. So like even if you suck or whatever, you can still get, $3,400 or $3,200 or whatever it is, or 20, whatever, couple nights of $1,200. So you just put around here, you got to run, I don't even know, like Port has like the best purse and it's $5,000 to win. I think it's like, $1,700 for third. Well, I mean, to run third at Port's not an easy task on a local, even a local race. Like, I don't think you can really dog any local racing anywhere, whether it's Ohio or Pennsylvania or California. I think it's all pretty top notch. It's just the Outlaw Tour and the High Limit Tour is big sacrifice, and it takes a lot of the right people to be to be surrounded by, and people that don't want to give up either. I mean, that stuff wears on you, man. Like, I haven't seen Logan since February, and those guys have just been living on the road in parking lots, Friday, Saturday night racing. If it rains out, you're having like 10 days of just sitting around.
He's running. He's running.
Well, he's running. Logan's running.
Everybody else is sitting around.
Yeah, all that stuff. So, whatever. So that's it.
Well, and then the high limit deal with the franchise deal has to be alluring for any car that can technically do that national thing now. It's some big money, that franchise system they got coming.
Yeah, I mean, I see, that's like something for me. Like, I'm not like there running the high limit tour where like I'm around Brad or these guys where like I can ask questions and say like, what exactly does that mean? And like, unless I'm getting it from the source, like I don't like try to, I don't really think about it too much, because like I don't like the franchise thing. I don't understand. But like if I had Brad right in front of me or Kyle Larson, I could ask him questions, then like I might understand it. Like, it looks good, but I don't know exactly what it means, or like how you get yourself in this position to make this money. But also at the same time, I'm probably not thinking about it too much either, because I know I'm probably not going to be out there on the road. I mean,
right.
I started doing you got to think, man. Let's just say I raced till I was 39 years old on the road. That'd be 20 years of my life on the road, and I'd be 39 years old. Like, since I've been 19, and even before then, my dad took me on the road for like a year, just like jumping around. So like from the time I was 18 to 30 years old, that's all I've ever done is live on the road. And when I was a kid, I lived in Indiana, and I would go from Indiana to Pennsylvania to see my dad. So my whole life, all I've ever done is bounce around from state to state, this place to that place. And dude, when I got my house and I wasn't living in the garage, I was like, dude, I want to just take a break from the Outlaw Tour, and I want to go home, and I want to go sit down and hang out with my wife and just take a breath for a second, because all I've done forever is just wide open racing. And I thought, man, I went from 19 to 30 like quick. When you're racing and doing it like that, like it happened quick. And I felt like my life was just like, everything just happening so quick. So I just wanted to take a minute to like, pump the brakes for a second.
No, I definitely get it. That level of commitment's kind of crazy. I've even split off and just tried to do other things besides just the sprint car stuff, doing late model things and everything else, just to change environment, get into scenery. Or I've been in my relationships over the past few years, come back for a week or two and do what you want. It's you have to have those refreshers. The sacrifices that the national teams are making life-wise are huge,
Huge, man. And honestly, there's not enough light shined on that, man. There's a small percentage of guys.
The crews, especially.
They fly the crews, man. The crews, and even some of the drivers, man. Like drivers like myself and James McFadden and Logan Trueheart and Sheldon, Spencer. I mean, there's a small number of drivers that fly home every week. So like if you're racing Friday and Saturday, they fly home on Sunday, and then they might not fly into their area till Thursday night. So they have a legitimate life at home. Those guys that are flying in and flying out all the time. And then they get to do a badass job like racing, and those guys do so good that they're making good money. Well, then you got guys like the drivers that are driving their motorhomes everywhere. Well, they're not only sacrificing their time away from home, but then their motorhomes break down. They got to find somewhere to dump the shitter, and the batteries are dead and all that stuff. So there's that element. Then there's the crew guys where they have to look at Holiday Inn breakfast every day of the year. I mean, dude, the crew guys, I mean, they sacrifice so much. They have to like in the motorhome, if you have a girlfriend or wife, you get to be with your wife and your girlfriend, and you don't have to work on the car as much, and you get to go on adventures and this and that and kind of, be a star or whatever. The crew guys, they're freaking dogging it 24/7. I mean, eating McDonald's and this and that and sleeping in hotel rooms. They haven't been home in months, and everybody's relying on them to get all their shit ready. It's like, dude, somebody give the crew guys a freaking steak dinner or something.
Yeah, and then something happens on the car, and you go to the lowest guy on the totem pole to bitch him out. Some of them, not all of them, but
yeah, I don't know. I'm new to that. I'm new to the crew game.
Well, and I mean, some people may see it as like, especially the driver sense. Hell, I've even been jealous. Hell, y'all get to drive around your buses. I'm at a rest stop, leaning the seat back. Y'all get to go out there and travel the country and be comfortable in your big badass, Prevost or whatever. I'm sure that is still fun for the first year or two, but after year 4, 5, and 6, that's when it really starts to set in.
Yeah, it's tough, man. The motorhome life is nice, and it's fun, and it's a good adventure, but it's a lot of work, man, and it's expensive, dude. Like I had a big old toter home. It's a 45-foot toter home, and every time I put fuel in that thing was $350, and insurance on the damn thing for a year was $5,000. And then you have, your maintenance of oil changes, or, I would always get nervous about the steer tires, so I was putting on new steer tires every couple years, and, new battery. I mean, if you don't want to be sitting, you got to kind of keep up on all that stuff. So the motorhomes are definitely luxury living when you're traveling up and down the highway, but you invest in a lot of money in them, and the road beats them up. And then you have to take them to the racetracks where you're pulling into these tight little spots and this and that, and
dusted all over them.
Yeah, people are drunk pissing on them, and it's like, it's a luxury of the road. But when you're dirt track racing and you're following the outlaw tour or whatever, you're going to some dumps, dude, like some kind of ghetto places or sketchy places or whatever. And at least if you're in a hotel room, you're safe. I mean, one time, dude, I got done racing Lake of the Ozarks, and I saw this guy come out of the bushes with this like object next to his side, and I told Hannah, we were eating dinner in the motorhome, I was like, I think this dude's got like he's got something on him, right? And Logan's motorhome was right in front of me in the truck stop, and this guy like sidewalking or like sidestepping with his back up against Logan's motorhome, like looking up into his window. So I called Logan. I was like, yo man, like somebody like somebody looks like they're going to try to break into your motorhome. I don't know what to do here. And he's got something in his hand. I don't know if it's a gun or what's going on here, but something's going on. Well, Logan was like, getting ready to get, self-defense himself. And when Logan got off the phone with me, this guy was grabbing onto his door handle trying to get in. Thankfully, Logan had his door locked. So I took my motor home and just started driving towards this guy like I was going to run him over.
Oh, my God. What the hell?
I didn't know what he was doing. He was trying to break into Logan's motorhome. Well, he had this big bottle of Jack Daniels in his hand, and he came over to my motorhome, and he's like, those people over there, talking about Logan's motorhome, are trying to kill me. He was all fucked up on something or whatever. And he started grabbing my door handle. So, like, I don't know what we whatever. We told him to piss off or open the door and kicked him down or did something. But, he ran off into the bushes or whatever he did. But it's like, dude, so, like, now I have a baby.
Where was this?
It's like, where was it? It was across the street at Lake of the Ozarks.
Was that the night it rained out and everybody was at the truck stop?
Nah, this might have been after I won the Jason Johnson race.
Okay.
But either
stay
way,
away from Missouri. We just got to know where to keep people safe. Don't go to the truck stop across the way from Lake of the Ozark.
I go to Dallas, Texas for Devil's Bowl. a lot of us will get around town to go get coffee and stuff. We ride Honda Ruckuses. Well, my dog's barking on, in the middle of the night, and I'm telling him to shut up. And come to find out, somebody robbed my scooter in the middle of the night. Probably the same place they stole Bill Rose's truck. So, like, dude, like, sometimes the motorhome thing is, like, it's a luxury. And, like, you can find really nice campgrounds and this and that. But sometimes, man, like, you kind of, like, just depending on where your schedule's at, like, you can get yourself caught up into some, pretty scary places. And you think, man, is all this worth it to run dead last for a whopping $1,200? Like, I'm freaking broke down on the side of the road, or somebody robbed my scooter. Like, there's so many elements of the road that people don't know about, or unless you're living it. And everybody's experience is different, obviously.
Is that the craziest moment you've had on the road, or is there anything outside of that? Any bear attacks? I've had bear attacks before. I don't know if you've ever encountered any wildlife. Anything crazier than these stories?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if, like, we kept talking and I was, like, thinking about stuff, like, it would all, come to my mind. But I don't know, nothing too crazy, But we've done a bunch of stuff. I mean, so many of the memories are just like just to go back to the beginning of this, like talking to fans and being at the races. And, I mean, I've spent so much time just doing that, like, I don't go out drinking and carrying on. Like, I just stay with my team and do this and that. And, like, my adventuring kind of stuff's always been like I try to find as many, like, I'm a nationwide YMCA guy. So, like, I would try to find all the different places I could play pickup basketball at, or, like, I would ride BMX, or how many skate parks could I go to, or how many places I could go hike, or what new coffee shops. So, like, I never was really hanging around, like, the riff-raff side of things of, like, a bar, or this and that. Like,
The
when
woods,
I was, like,
no bears or nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was worried about. I did a pretty big hike with Hannah up in Yosemite, and, like, I worried about it, that kind of stuff a little bit, but nothing too crazy, Yeah, I just kind of, dude, you're so busy with racing and working on this stuff and getting it ready that it occupies the majority of your time.
What was the best place you like driving to? There is some nice scenic areas out there, especially going to the West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, like, to me, my favorite places, like, like you said, like, everybody's like, oh, the West Coast. And, dude, definitely the West Coast is beautiful, man. You get to the coast of the West Coast and, like, California and stuff. I mean, there ain't nothing beautiful about Tulare. No offense to the Tulare
the
locals,
desert
but
side.
there ain't nothing. Yeah, I mean, the desert can be beautiful, but, like, the valley of California, I mean, that's not me too.
It's just all
But the
farmland.
yeah, the coast is beautiful.
Right.
My favorite places were, like, Washington State. I thought that always looked really pretty. Wisconsin is a really cool state. I really liked Wisconsin and South Dakota. But I like the East Coast, man. I think the East Coast is a beautiful part of the country. I like Florida. Florida's cool. Texas is cool. Texas got good hospitality, like, everybody's, like, just kind of chilling, and cowboy hats and boots, and, they're all pretty happy and stuff like that. So,
well,
but
they're
I don't
not
like
frozen for half the year like the people up north, So
Right, yeah, dude, I'll tell you what, that's something I learned, because I've never been home in April, but it's cold here all the time.
Yeah.
It just got nice this week.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, and I'm sure you still plan on going south with the race teams in the future, when it's cold up there.
Yeah, man. Hey, if here's the deal. I want to be around my wife and my baby as much as I can. I love that. That to me means more to me than the racing does. I'm never been the kind of guy that's like, I need all the money in the world and I got to do all this stuff to make so much money and be so rich. Like, to me, like, what's rich is, like, just being happy, being with my wife, being with my baby, being with my dogs, like going to the races, like, but obviously you got to have money. So like, you know, I'm
It's a
good at
tool.
saving. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a tool. So like I've been always good about saving my money. I don't spend a lot of money. Like I just, you know,
Yeah.
when it's nice out, I ride my Ruckus scooter around town, or I drive a Facebook beater around. Like I'm not a fancy guy at all. I mean, I make sure Hannah's got a nice car because she deserves it. But like me, man, like I just ride the, you know, I just drive the beaters or ride my scooter. Like that's it. So I I'm happy. Like my rich is like my family and stuff and the races, but I'll go to as many races as anybody, or as many races as I possibly can, as long as I'm not taking too much time away from my family. You know.
Well, why not
Um,
just, why not? I mean, I think some people want to see you drive. Why not just, you know, get a Perth ride or something and do a whole family trip to Australia? That seems what most people do anyway.
yeah, I don't know, man. Like I would just rather go to like
You would say no
Australia.
to that. You rather just go and be a crew guy than race.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to. Here's the thing, man. Unfortunately, I don't even like saying it that much, just 'cause like so, you know, so many of my friends are racing and like this, but like those people know that I worry about crashing too much, and like it where it's in my head and it bothers me, and you see crashes and you see people get hurt, and that stuff makes me nervous, and it makes me feel sad for the people that have been in those situations,
Yeah.
and it just I think about their families, and I think about, you know, all the, you know, the real life stuff to those situations, and it just makes me too nervous. And I think I only think like that is because I just grew up very unique way. You know, my mom lives in Indy, my dad lived in Pennsylvania, my parents weren't married, and I just jumped around all the time, you know, from Indiana to Pennsylvania, and I didn't have like, you know, where I was living under the same house and I was around a good marriage, and
Hmm.
I had a, you know, so I have that with this. So, um, you know, this is something I think about. You know, this is one of my analogies about the crashing and stuff. Is like I'm at Eldora, where I love racing at Eldora, but like when I put my shield down and I'm getting ready to push out for the grid, and I see Bill Baylaw go in there and his rear's flying up through this thing and it's all nasty and violent, I just think like I feel so nervous for like a guy like Bill. Like just be all right. Like you know, those crashes just look so violent to me, and they look so dangerous. I'm like, dude, just be okay. And then I have to go out there and perform. And somehow, sometimes I would do well at it, but I would worry about it too much. So, like, if I would go to Australia, I'd rather, you know, go be a crew guy on James McFadden's car if he'd want me to be, and hang around him and his family and do it that way,
And not
you
have
know?
that worry. Yeah, I mean, a lot of
Yeah.
people don't understand. I mean, like last year at Chico, I randomly run into Chase Johnson all the time, you know. And Saturday night last year, I think it was pretty sure it was Saturday night. I run into, you know, Chase Johnson, and we're all talking, hanging out, talking about this and that, and then bam, you know, look what happened to him. You know, was
Right.
that the
Yeah,
last
and I
time
feel
he's ever
terrible.
walked?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I hope he
But we don't. I
ends
mean,
up
that's kind of
walking.
what you're saying. I don't think a lot of people got to experience that. People love Jack Hewitt. Go watch him walk around. You know, that's pretty sad to see.
Oh man, the Chase Johnson thing had me a wreck, man. Like I did not make any California races the entire time we were out there with high limits. I might have made Placerville and I pulled in, but I was just a wreck about Chase Johnson, man. Like it just made me so sad, and like it made me it just made me so sad, like for him, and I just couldn't like get it through my head, like this just happened to this guy. He's this nice kid, good racer, innocent, is doing nothing, and then gets in this accident, and like the next day we just continue on, and he's, you know, really,
Right.
really hurt. So like that stuff would really, really bother
On
me.
a
And
quarter
like,
mile. Once again, we were talking
yeah,
about the speeds being so different. This happened on a quarter mile.
But man, I think then like the speeds are fast no matter what. Like
I think the
the only
car's the
track.
problem. I've been advocating for this for years. The car has to change.
Yeah, I don't. That's all the politics of like you and me ain't changing that game. I mean,
Advocacy
maybe.
does make a difference, Jacob. Like if you took a lead, say you agree, for instance, I'm just this one guy on YouTube and it gets some places, but, a guy in your position could make that and make a difference. The problem, I'm going to joke and say with the
I
white
think you gotta
community is
know
we
what you're
don't,
talking about.
we just don't advocate enough. Nobody talks about it and tries to do something about it. And they just let shit just keep on going as it is. Like you say, Chase Johnson happens, on to the next one. That's just how it is.
Well, I think you gotta know what you're talking about. Like, I mean, like I know what you're saying. Like, say, hey, I want to change this car or whatever, right? But like, what are you trying to change? So like, you go up to a fabrication or a chassis company, and you're like, I want to change the car. I don't think they're safe. They need to be bigger. They're going to say, well, what do you want to change? Well, you got to know what it is, and like, if you don't know, then like, they're just going to look at you and say,
Well, I went to
well,
Triple X and we talked about this, on the
yeah, and
video.
maybe, I don't know, dude. I'm just out here talking out of my ass, like you might walk up to, a company and say, hey, I think, the cars need to be bigger or whatever. And they might say, hey, I was thinking the same thing, and it just starts from there. But
Or the gas tanks.
man,
We did multiple shows on the gas tank. There's not one that is certified SFI or FIA. There's only one that is FIA certified, and that is one of the ATL tanks. It's one of the highest, most expensive ones, but it's got the lowest grade FIA certification. So you got a explosive device on the impact point of a car with a tank that isn't even certified on most of them.
yeah, man, I don't like, to me, like if we're talking politics of it, like it makes me nervous, like that they safety wire the tanks onto the car. I mean, I don't. But I mean, here's the thing: you and me could, like, let's just say me and 5 other drivers we'll just say the tail tank. We're like, we don't understand why they safety wire these tail tank bolts on the car, and you're knocked out in the car and the tank's on fire, and the thing, if it wasn't safety wired or whatever and it blew off the car, it'd be away from them or whatever it might be. Me and 5 other drivers might agree with that. Well, you might be in the same room at an owners meeting where another 5 drivers think the complete opposite of you. So it's hard to get anywhere. I can't tell you how many owners meetings with the Outlaws I've been to where it's like you think you and a group of people have such a good point that you're going to make, but when you do, it gets countered. It gets countered all the time. There's going to be the same amount of people that go, I don't really agree with that, or I don't really see it that way. It's really, really hard to get the right people and enough people to get behind something. But that doesn't mean that's right or wrong.
That's a leadership issue, though, right? That's a leadership issue.
It could be.
Because something's better than nothing, and nothing's been happening. I mean, outside of a damn fire suppression system that it looked like they bankrolled on.
Well, I will say what I think, like, if I had an opinion on any of it, I don't think they listen to the drivers and the mechanics enough. I mean, let's just say you want to talk.
So it's elitism. It's politics. It's the political leaders of the scenario, the people with the money.
Let's just say you want to talk sprint car chassis, right? And like how to make them safer or whatever. Like I would want to have, like, let's just say this owners meeting today is going to be about sprint car chassis and how we're going to make them safer. Well, no offense, but I don't really want to hear how to make a sprint car chassis safer from like Brian Carter or like, Tom Devitt. And I don't have anything against those people. I just wouldn't want to hear it from them. I want to hear it from who's building chassis at Maxim and J&J and Triple X and Sheen and, Barry Jackson, who's built chassis, or like I would listen to my dad. He's built chassis for, many chassis in his life. Like those are the guys that I think should have they could, really impact on, make some changes with chassis or what, if if there was a reasoning for it.
Right. I definitely
So
think
I
you
think
could
you just
add
got to
some
get
link to
them
the
right.
car and some width. I mean, even Tony was agreeing with that, but it just seems like there's a lot of conversations that fall on deaf ears and nothing happens. I've heard with the tail tank scenario that a rumor, I guess, that the Outlaws are going to come out with their own and that's what everybody has to use. But now High Limit's messed that up. I do think that High
Yeah, I
Limit
don't know.
though is more open ears to changes and making changes on the
I
cars.
felt that way. I felt that way with High Limits. Like I felt like they were definitely more willing to listen, and I don't know. It all goes both ways. 1 minute, the Outlaws listen to you. 1 minute, it unless you're like higher up on the totem pole, you kind of just get heard, and sometimes you throw your bait out there and it gets nibbled on, but you never get the hook set. I mean, like, unless you're like, unless the people in charge really want to listen to you, they have their people that they want to listen to. And guys like me, they don't fall into that category too often.
Well, and the bigger problem with guys like you is for some reason, because you have a stance that you don't want to get into a race car and potentially die this weekend, that you're some kind of pussy or something.
Yeah, and that's
And
fine.
that's
And
that,
here's the deal.
but that's like there's these traditionalists, even the fans, even people in the sport. That's just a part of it. Why is that okay?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I want everybody to be as safe as possible. I mean, so many of my friends race, and like, I mean, these guys are like, they're like my best, like some of these guys are like my brothers. Like they're like some of my best friends, I've ever had. Guy like Sheldon Hadenschild's been one of my best buddies for a long time. Was in my wedding, and I got to be super close with James. So many drivers. It's like it would just tear me apart to see. It just tears
A
me
Chase
apart to
Johnson,
see
I mean,
yeah, it just makes me. It just whatever anybody can do to make it safer and prevent, accidents, or what, it's just safer. That's better,
Well, my point is, if there had been innovations and shit had been done, you'd probably still be racing. But since we got this
Oh, I
current
don't.
format where you can get fucked
Well,
up to the degree that you can, that's one of the
well,
main
here's the other
reasons you're
side of it.
explaining you don't want to do it, right?
Well, okay. There's definitely the safety element to it that makes me nervous, and I've always been that way. Logan's dad reached out to me when I stopped racing, and I was just talking to him about this kind of stuff, and he said, man, even when you were a little kid, you would like worry about that stuff when you would race go-karts. I've always been a little bit that way, and my friends on the road, they know I'm that way. So that's just a little bit of who I am. I don't love that about me, but another element to it all was I would want to win so bad, and I knew that you had to be on the gas to win, and I knew I just couldn't man up to doing that sometimes, and everybody would look at me and rely on me and be like, what's wrong with the car, or this or that, or whatever it may be, and I would just get really down on myself, and I would get really upset, and I'd get mad. Like, I'd get really mad. Like, I just beat myself up all the time about, just running dead last or pulling in. And like, dude, if I was judging me, I would be like, this guy, he sucks. Like, and that's just how I judge it. But then, at the same token, I sit back and I think, why are you so hard on yourself sometimes about that kind of stuff? Because you have won a race like the Gold Cup,
Right.
and that just ain't a race you win. Like you that's a big race to win. I won a prelim night at Knoxville and ran fifth, and I've done some, I've had some pretty big moments where it's like, okay, well, maybe you're not as a shit driver as you thought you were. Like I would just really beat myself up because I would be embarrassed about pulling in, or I couldn't man up to go run through the rough stuff at Tulare, and all your buddies are like, man, this is awesome. And I'm like, this fucking sucks.
You're
Like,
saying
I
saying
just,
basically when it was like if it's on the wall and you got to risk life and limb to get it done, and that does happen quite often. You weren't willing to risk that
I
life and
just
limb.
couldn't get around to it. Like, I couldn't.
You
Now,
didn't have a death
if I,
wish. You're pure at heart.
well, like if I started on the pole or started in the top 3 or 4, I could change my ways of doing it. Like when I started on the pole at Gold Cup, I was like, all right, like I didn't get this far just to fuck around. Like I got to get on the gas.
So
And,
situational.
you know, it's very situational, man, because like everybody's like, oh, Jacob, he just runs the bottom and, you know, this and that, and he's good on the bottom but can't run the top. It's like, well, that's true that I run the bottom all the time or whatever, but if I really want to and I'm feeling like I want to man up to it, like I'll run the top. Like I'm not scared to run it. Like I've ran it. It just,
Well, and I think you're saying in those
I just don't
situations.
trust myself. Like I don't trust myself that I can run the wall, you know, especially when it's rough, 30 laps without crashing. I just believe I'm going to crash. I just don't understand how some of these guys are so good that they, like Corey Day or something, or
Day,
whoever,
Larson,
or I don't see
Sheldon.
how they do it. I mean, they're unbelievable.
Well, and Sheldon makes the mistakes too. I mean, how many times have we seen Sheldon, you know, mess up on lap 20? You know, even though he's been running phenomenal for 19. You know.
Yeah, I mean, those
It's
guys
not
are
easy.
unbelievable. They're unbelievable. I mean, I respect the heck out of them. I mean, and now that I'm like, you know, I mean, I haven't been watching the car, you know, I haven't been a mechanic for too long, but it definitely gave me a different perspective and stuff like that. And it just makes me think of like how good some of these guys really are. I mean, they're just such good race car drivers, and hey, I give them all the respect in the world.
Right. Well,
I think
that's kind of been my basis to my whole deal for 7 years. Is it's always started with a frustration, I'll call it, of, you know, what these guys are doing in a sprint car in particular, risking that life and limb. Like late model guys are talented, but they ain't risking that life like these sprint car guys are. You know, I've had a problem with it not getting the recognition in society, getting the respect, getting the crowds, even what they're doing, even on a local level at PA this weekend, where y'all will be, is worthy of a full crowd every freaking weekend. But I don't think the sport gets the proper notoriety and respect by the society around us. And for people to literally think, I saw the comment earlier, how, you know, a regular NASCAR driver could get into a sprint car and win a race is just oblivious to me. But that is what most people think. The ignorance to what this sport is and the talent and the drivers and the capability is insane. And the thing that pissed me off, 8-9 years ago, is that the fucked up fact is what David Gravel and these guys are doing don't matter at all to the world around us. But you know when it does matter? When they go in that fucking corner and don't come out the other end. That's when you get your Brian Clausen, 30 for 30 or 45 seconds on ESPN. That's when you'll get your Greg Hodnitz. That's when the world cares to know what you're doing out there. And I think that's the biggest bullshit in the world. And that's all I've been talking about, the base foundation of it, at least for 7-8 years. You know, it's fucked up that it doesn't get the respect in the society around us until they die.
Yeah,
and then they're paying respects.
I don't know how you get it to that.
Well, and I think that's why Brad wants to make it bigger. You know, I think a lot of guys
I think
see that
a little bit of it is like let's just say like NASCAR, like their main event is, I'll just say, like, I don't really watch NASCAR, but let's just say it's 2 hours long. But like when you turn on the TV and watch the NASCAR event, like they already did their qualifying and their heat races and this and that, and they turn it on and it's the main event. Or like most people, like unless you're like die hard, whether it be NASCAR or Supercross or whatever, but normally the people are like tuning in to the main event. Like our deal is like it gets like there's so many diehard fans, but like if you're somebody new to it, it's like some of it gets like drawn out, and like, people crash, and it takes them a while to get them off the track, or they try
Farm
to
the
push
track.
them. They try to push them off, and it just sometimes it looks a little,
Unprofessional.
it looks a little unprofessional sometimes, and that's not anybody's fault. I just think it's a little bit of the culture of the game. I mean, I love sprint car racing. I think it's awesome. I think it's I love it. I mean, it's been part of who I am forever. But I can understand like some of the weak points of it all too, and I do think Brad and the Outlaws, they all care about, and the drivers and the people care about how to make that better, but it's a work in progress, and it's really not that bad as it is. I mean, you just got a guy like Travis Pastrana racing Reitzel's car. I mean, that's some pretty decent recognition. Larson advocates for it, so like I think there's a lot more people watching it than we probably realize.
It's definitely going up, but like they did the Chili Bowl live for free because their service shut down. It's only got 22,000. We can't think that we're super big. I think sometimes we get in this little bubble and we think we're really big. Like that's when I was laughing at the World of Outlaws when they said they got a brand. Now in PA they got a brand, maybe they do, but there's a lot of people don't know what a World of Outlaw even is. When I was doing stuff at Devil's Bow, for instance, the Outlaws came back in 2014 and actually sent out things like I did every week to the major media outlets in DFW. And the lady, they called back for once when I told them the Outlaws was coming to town. And basically, long story short, they were confused. They thought we were talking about the new arena football team. They named the Mesquite Outlaws. They didn't know what we were talking about. So if you ain't got a brand that's got relevance, and I do honestly like halfway want to blame the Outlaws for the sport not being bigger. If stock car racing isn't big, it's NASCAR's fault. They're the representative brand of that form of motorsport, and if sprint car racing isn't more widely known, who's been in control of promoting sprint car racing? Technically, it's the World of Outlaws. So I think that Brad and Kyle, that's one of the only reasons I kind of want to support it, is because, hey, we've seen the Outlaws not be able to, tell the people about them versus a new arena football team. Let's see what High Limit can do, because there's so much opportunity for growth. The amount of people who don't know about it, especially in diverse communities, is unbelievable. And hell, if I was High Limit, Kyle, sponsored by Logan Paul. I mean, Jake Paul's talked about wanting to do NASCAR. Throw him in a fucking car. There's how you reach millions instantly.
Yeah, I thought about that just when he posted that picture with him the other day. I thought, even somebody like him probably knows maybe something about, a sprint car or whatever.
We're hoping.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know if that makes them where they care about to like look into it or like want to go to a race or what. I don't know. I mean, we're just talking.
Well, and that's the difficulty with really. But that's the difficulty with the sport is there's such an introductory thing that has to happen. The only way, and this is the issue I got with the Larsons and shit, is the main way that NASCAR's introduced this car to the national audience that they control is that this is where 14 to 16-year-old kids learn how to drive. It's like a high school form of car. This is like college. And that's what with Gordon, with Stewart, with Gordon, Stewart, Kane, Larson, Bell, now Corey Day, it's all about that 14 to 16, 18-year-old kid coming from it. It's just like an NFL player. Oh, you're coming from the University of Texas. Oh, you're coming from the University of Sprint Car Racing or the high school of sprint car racing because they're taking them to ARCA and trucks. That's the college, So it's like that projection is horrible because I think, and they did it to midgets tremendously at this point, because that's a complete rent-a-ride scenario with literally developmental teams. And I'm worried that they've been trying to at least manipulate the public into believing that that's what these sprint cars are, is where kids learn how to drive.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I've spent I feel like now I got a little more time to maybe think about some of that stuff a little bit different. Honestly, man, I went from crashing my race car to retiring to getting Cale to breaking down to crashing with Cale to firing Cale to going through a bunch of, I don't even know if I'm going through anything. I'm just dealing, you see, you get on Facebook or whatever and people are talking smack. That's man, I'm just trying to take my program, what it's been, and just put another driver in it and continue on. So I haven't really had time to think about or do anything other than that right now. I care about having such high quality, I care about having a quality race car and being well prepared. That's all I've been doing
Right.
for since we left for Florida, but, I can, I mean, when you're saying all that stuff, it's just a lot, it's a lot for me, it's a lot of
Well, I was
things
just
that
trying to
I've
get you
never,
on other topics
I've
like
just never,
safety and stuff.
really thought about, a lot of it,
Right.
because really I've only been able to think about what I have to do in the moment that I have to do it. It's I know I have to race here. I know I have to be prepared for this day and race these races, and I only get this much time to sleep, and then I got to do it all over again. It's I don't have time for
Well,
a lot of other
it
things.
sounds like you just don't have opinions on the topic. Obviously, you got some opinions on the road life and safety and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of opinions about a lot of things, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, it's just if you're going to say safety, I don't know anything, how to change anything. I just hope everybody's safe because I care about people. If I had an opinion, I'd like people to mind their own business, stay out of my business. Don't worry about me. I'm not a bad guy. My team's not a bad team. We're a good team. I'm a good guy. Things didn't work out with Cale, and that's just what it is. I don't know why that makes a reputation change or anything like that. It's just what it is. But it'd be nice if people would just stay out of that business a little bit and not get so invested in it. But really, I don't really spend too much time getting a bunch of opinions about racing. I just like good racing and people being safe, and I hope it's not too hard on people, because racing, when you're really involved in it, it can be emotionally draining. You can really get hard on yourself. You can really get down in the dumps. So we all got involved with racing because we had fun with it. We did it when we were kids, or went with grandpa or dad or mom or whoever. So hopefully as you get older, you can keep that spirit alive, or if you're a driver, you can win races from the time you're 8 years old till you're 38 years old. Those are the kind of the opinions I have. Otherwise, I'm just, going through the actions of doing it, getting cars ready and, whatever else. So,
Okay.
all that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to say some stuff. I'm sure a lot of people listen to it and hear
I
your
don't
side
know.
of it.
I don't even know. I was just scrolling through my Facebook, and when I first called, I was cracking up. So I messaged Clyde on Instagram because I didn't have Clyde's number or whatever, and I said, what did I say? I said, don't say anything, which was funny because you were so confused, but it was funny. I was like, what's the call-in number for Chaz? I'm going to chime in. I was like, don't say anything. But I was cracking up. It was so funny. I was like, Clyde, do not give it up. He goes, he just didn't know what to do because you were questioning him, but he didn't want to,
Yeah, I could tell he got distracted. I could tell something happened.
Yeah, it was fun. It was funny. But when I, for me, because I you like to kind of mess with people and stuff. So when you answer or whatever, I answer, and I say, you talking shit? I was just joking, but people had been kind of pissing me off a little bit online that I probably, there was a little frustration that came out, with me, but I ain't mad at nobody. I just like look as like, people should think about what, not, like not just with me, but like other people on like what they say in such a negative way towards, other people and their situations. Like, there's a lot of people out there that people talk shit on and like say some nasty things, like you're not going to ruin my day, or like I'm not losing sleep over a lot of this stuff, but I don't like to be disrespected, and I don't think anybody does, but like some people really get bent out of shape about this stuff, and like when they talk nasty about them, and these people have like their wives and their families or their kids.
I thought that would happen. Hold on. Hung up on me. I knew you did. No, it reached the 2-hour limit. This is great. They got their kids. Continue, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, it's just like the same people that talk nasty, about like, like when you're a driver or a team or whatever, like your kind of business gets put under a microscope when something like, let's say, firing a driver or a driver switch, or, it's all under like a microscope sometimes. So like people get nasty, whether it's this situation or any kind of situation in racing, or like somebody takes somebody out on the track and they get on the YouTube comments and they talk real nasty about people. It's like, well, I would like to put some of those people under a microscope and judge them on their actions, and then like have 100 people start talking real nasty about them or whatever, and just see how they like that. I mean, I can take
close, that, but I mean,
I can take that stuff, but like there's some people that really can't take it, and they flip out, or they get really sad, or they get really mad, or like they want to fight people, or do like like go to like it's not good to push people either way. It's not good to push both sides of that way. Like I just don't like seeing that kind of stuff, and especially when it's out of context. Like the whole thing with Cale is just a business thing. Like I said, I like Cale, and I'm not a different person from when I raced to who I am now. If anything, I'm more probably lighthearted now than I am when I raced, because I don't have this stress on my mind about getting hurt or any of that kind of stuff. So like there's no reason for a reputation change. It's just something didn't work out, and I'm sorry it didn't work out that way. So for people to be like real nasty, like when I was initially just screwing around and being like, oh, you talking shit. Like when I was like, I told Hannah before you called, I was like, I'm getting on the Chaz, I'm going to say you talking shit. And I was cracking up when I said that. Like, it was funny to me, because you probably weren't going to know how to take it, because people don't know that side of me, like people only see me at the racetrack, but like I love cracking jokes and I love screwing around and whatever. But I did I did release some aggression of like some frustration or irritation that I had built up from reading comments, throughout the day. And, I just don't really, some of the disrespect is a little bit unnecessary. And, that's not, I don't know, to be like talked about in some of the ways. It's just like, I'm not, our team, my family, our program, it's all for the right intentions. Like, we care about people. We want to be there for people. We don't want to fire people, but we have to do what makes the most sense for us. So that's just what it is. And we don't have to sit there and make a big deal out of firing a guy after 3 nights and then hiring a new guy. Like, what do people want you to do? To not hire anybody ever again and shut it down? Well, then the next day, everybody will make a YouTube or Facebook post saying, well, we don't have enough car owners, and there's not enough rides, and there's not enough drivers. So what do you want? you want people just to give up after not working out with people, or like what do people want out of it? Because if my operation shuts down now, the next year there might be another operation that shuts down, and then what? People are jumping between two rides, and then you start losing drivers. I mean, there ain't a lot of drivers to choose from now. So like people start hoping and asking for teams to shut down, and they're talking nasty. Well, if that's getting inside the program's head, it's not in my head, but I'm just saying, like, if it was another situation, and my dad doesn't read any of this stuff, but let's just say like another team, their car owner, their driver, their crew, they start reading into this stuff, and they say, this shit's a clown show, this shit should shut down, they should just stop it all. Well, they might do it. They might just do that. So now what? Now you have another car that's done. And guess what? You do that every year for the next 5 years, you might only have 20 cars that are, 20 big time cars out on the road. Well, in 20 years, you might not have anything. So people got to watch how they talk about people and situations, because words have value, whether they know what they're talking about or not. So that's just the way I look at that. I mean, my frustration just comes from like disrespecting like my dad and, talking about our program in such a disrespectful way. But that's how I view that,
Right. I mean, I get you as far as reactions and stuff, one of the responsibilities that I've had to partake is, the reaction to what I may think or what I may say. Like thinking maybe you may be upset, why wouldn't I? For instance, your new driver, Ashton Torgerson or whatever. Last year when he came out of the car at Chili Bow, I did a show, and my opinion was I thought the track rushed him and he didn't get his belts on. And then 9 months later at Chili Bow, him and his crew are trying to gang fight me at the damn pavilion during the damn concert over me saying that. So
right. I mean,
yeah, I
people
have
watch
to
this stuff,
anticipate.
dude.
I have to anticipate that no matter how little or big, because it's like, once again, just like me saying that Cale Thomas may have got out quick, or I see this reputation switch or whatever. It's just what everyone's kind of saying. But since I'm saying it, everyone was kind of saying they didn't think he got his belt down. But since I'm saying it, I have to deal with this situation or this situation. So yeah, I mean, when you first jumped on, maybe there's 1,000 comments saying what I may have said, and I didn't say nothing about no team shutting down. That's mixed in there, obviously. But I guess since I'm one of the guys, what I'm saying is, I guess since I'm one of the guys talking, this one guy is an easier target to go after for all of everyone else's issues, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, you definitely get you definitely don't have like the most positive rep, because like you like your conspiracies and
Or
you
just say
say
what I
stuff
think,
and
yeah.
this and that. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think in certain areas you probably push the envelope a little bit, but that hey, to me, I don't really care either way. That can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. That's up to you to make those
Right.
decisions on, what you think's right or wrong, wrong with all that stuff. But like, that might come with consequences with the team wanting to come kick your ass or whatever. So like,
Right.
that's just, what that is,
Right.
a little bit.
I mean, if y'all ain't scared to run the wall on the track, I can't be scared to run the wall on here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do whatever you want. It don't matter to me what you do. I mean,
I'm just saying the risk.
Calling in wasn't really to explain myself or like talk to you
but
all night long.
Well, more people
whatever.
should. More people
but
should.
I just was cracking up because like I was scrolling and like how like you're scrolling and it'll just like play the video. Well, it just happened. You and Clyde were talking about all this stuff. And it's just interesting to hear what people say, and like it's just interesting because like really I don't see you or anybody or Jeremy Elliott or at my shop or like I'm really the only one that knows what's going on, and I don't even talk to my crew guys about all this stuff or whatever. Like I talk to my wife, I talked to my dad, and I talked to Logan a little bit. Like, I don't really, so it's funny how all these people, like, really build a story and build this, like, thing out of, like, not even being around it. So, like I never even watched Cale's video. I don't even know what Cale said, or I never even watched one of your videos. I just see, like, the titles or whatever and Dirt Tracker, and I know all that stuff's coming. I'm not an idiot. Like, I know all that's coming. It's just, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, and that would be the situation where you're in a way, you're kind of lucky the sport isn't that big. I do say this all the time, that the sport is kind of sensitive in a way. I mean, a quarterback throws a couple picks and you got a guy on national TV Monday morning, to millions of people calling for his job, or saying the ownership group's a fucking, they're not cussing, but all week long, they're criticizing.
It is interesting.
And they're not at the practice, as you say, or they're not, in the locker room, but, there's millions of people, and their name's getting smashed and slandered to millions all week long, And
I do think that shows how little, like, our sport is big, but it shows a little bit how little it is too, because there's such a value in, like, what you're saying, like, there. It's like, or I don't know if it's like what I just said, like, how, like, it's a big sport, but, like, it's, like, kind of
it's a big little bubble. It's a big little
but
bubble.
Like, at the same time, I don't know if, like, what you just said is because, like, in sprint car racing, the fans and the drivers are allowed to be so personal. Like, you just can't get to walk right up to Kyle Larson at a NASCAR race, or you can't,
or a football player.
You can't walk up to Lamar Jackson, at a football game, or Jalen Hurts. Like, they don't get that inside info. Like, so I've thought about that before. Like, I think there's a little bit of it, like.
But the reporters do, the ones that are trashing them, I mean.
Yeah. And obviously you see backlash with players in sports with reporters, and I think that's just part of the sports culture with, like, media and stuff like that. Like,
they're more conditioned.
Whatever. Well, yeah, I just think it's part of the game a little bit, like, it's just what it is. You have the media, and then, your press conferences or whatever, kind of whatever, that kind of stuff in sports. But, like, I think with social media and stuff, and the fans in sprint car racing, they have a chance to ruin that for them a little bit by getting too involved in people's business and talking nasty. I mean, there is some nasty stuff out there with some of it's funny, but it's nasty. Like, I have
if it's not happening to you, probably it's funny. If it's happening to you, then it's not.
Even me, like, I mean, even that whole Toucan Sam thing with Gio last year, like, that shit's funny. But there's people, like, talking shit to me or talking about me or what, dude, it doesn't even have to be this scenario with Cale or last year with Gio. My racing, like, hey, I have to, like I'll watch, like, the YouTube videos after I race or whatever. People would be like, Jacob Allen is fucking trash. He fucking sucks. He's this, he's that. Like, people talk bad about me all the time. My whole racing career, people have talked about me. Now, thankfully, I've had a lot of good support, but I think that there's, I think a lot of people don't handle that stuff very well at all. I think it really bothers a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I think in sprint car racing, the fans are allowed to get so up close and personal with them that there's so much negativity all the time. And then at the same token, they're ready to flip and be the nicest people in the world. Well, when that negativity is so nasty sometimes that I think it can ruin the fans getting that chance to be so personal with some of the drivers. Like, the drivers could be like, hey, like, we don't want, that much interaction with fans, because when they do, they so we got some fans coming down there to know all about my business and this and that, and they sit there and they talk, they talk nasty about me or my family or whatever. So like, how can we get this or where's a little bit more separation from the fans? I could see that. I mean, some people get freaking nasty with some people, and it's like, I don't know. People don't handle that very well,
Right. I mean, I could already see people trashing you from what you said tonight. I mean,
Oh yeah,
you
people are
said you
getting
would love
trashed all
to.
the time.
You said you would love to see Tanner Holmes in the car, and then they're like, "Oh, so I guess this Ashton deal's an in and out thing." It's like I could see them picking apart any sentence they want. It happens to me all the time.
Oh yeah, that's just the way it is. And like, it's interesting, like you said, like about like a football player or whatever. Like it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to listen to like somebody that's like really that big time, that like how they get through with all that stuff. Because like, I don't know. I don't know if like somebody that's like a Tom Brady or that kind of level of player, like I guess everybody handles their social media and they're probably not really on it. Like I don't know how they go about that stuff.
All right.
Like
they
stuff,
probably
like,
get conditioned. If you're a high school football star in Texas or PA, you're already getting shit talked, and maybe due to the popularity, they're getting rewarded more too. So they're fine with it. If you're a big time high school player, everybody's taking you out to lunch, buying all your food. You're hooking up with all the hottest girls. Then you go to college, you get under the table money. You're a superstar. You get more, so much of a. You go to the NFL, you get millions and millions and millions. It's like you get so much of a reward that probably doesn't bother you as much. It's like more so accepted.
that's a good point.
Whereas like
I
you're
could
in the
see
sprint
that.
car world, you're living out of peanuts, killing yourself on the road. Your life's on the line every fucking corner,
And everybody's talking shit about you,
and
calling you a piece of shit.
yeah. So I think that the money makes it easier on the other side of the
Yeah,
coin.
that's a good point. I
The
could
lifestyle,
get
like
behind
if you were in a fucking mansion and this thing racing was
Flying a
paying
plane.
for it, I'm sure. Fuck them. I don't care. I'm over here,
Yeah, fuck 'em.
banging six
No.
bitches in Cabo or something. I'm just saying. Not you. You're
Yeah.
happily married, but I mean,
But you might be.
I'm just saying, on a fucking yacht somewhere. Who cares what the guy on Facebook says? Fuck them.
Yeah, no, I can see that. No, I could totally see that, because like you said, like, dude, there's people, like, there's not that many sprint car drivers, like, on the national level or whatever you want to call it. So they're under a microscope, so like they're not making that. There's not a lot of people making that much money driving. Like the risk versus the reward, it's not that big
Right.
for a lot of the guys, and
And the criticism,
and then people just fucking eat them alive.
Yeah.
I mean, just demolish some of these people.
I think that's
right?
epidemic across the sport. You think about track promoter, car owner, sponsor.
Oh.
They're all just throwing money out the window, and then they get shit talked too. It's like
All
that's
the
probably
time.
what
I mean, I
makes
don't
it
think
worse.
that's good though, man. Like, I think fans, like, even if they feel like, I'm not a negative kind of guy, so like I don't understand that kind of stuff. Like, I would never be like, even if I thought you're a piece of shit, I wouldn't go to Facebook to call you a piece of shit. Like, if I thought you're a piece of shit, I'd just go to your face and be like, hey dude, you're a piece of shit. So like, that's just how I would be. But I think that's not always the greatest. I don't know. Fans should think about that a little bit. That could hurt things, because social media is so big, like even when I started racing, like all this wasn't that way. Like there wasn't even dirt vision. Like you had to listen to it on audio, and like,
COVID put us in our phones like never before,
Yeah. So I don't know. I think fans should think about that stuff a little bit. I mean, obviously they don't give a shit what I have to say, but I don't know. I think it's worth being mindful of, because you just never know. You talk shit about a car owner enough, they might be done with it because it bothers them, and they could just quit and not have to deal with it ever again.
Yeah.
So
There's
just
plenty
move
of
on.
other
And
things
guess
they could
what?
spend $2 million on and have fun and be admired. I mean,
Exactly, because like for an example, this whole like, like even when I stopped racing the Outlaws in 23, at that time that was like this big old thing, right? Well, 2 weeks later, Tanner Holmes runs third in my car at Jackson, and everybody, I was, that whole situation was done. Now it was all about Tanner Holmes, and it was all done. Everything was good.
Jacob Allen was
Then
trash. This is the proof.
Yep, it's all good. Everybody was done worrying about me. So like in 2 weeks from now, everybody will quit worrying about, like, it wasn't even like any of this stuff happened. I always say, like, not on this stuff, but like in the beginning of the year, you're always all jacked up to go race Volusia, right? And it's the first race of the year, and all this stuff's happened, and everybody's got all these stories and shit and going on. Well, by the time you get to Charlotte, you almost forget how you even did at Volusia. It was so long ago. So like, that's just like how it is, you know.
Well,
So
you've cracked the code here. If you think about it, even like when you first had your issue and you wanted to take a sideline from the sport, I mean, it took what, a week and a half, and everybody was moved on.
oh yeah, people had me jumping off cliffs and all kinds of stuff. Like I was so happy. I went to the beach. I got a house. I hung out at my house. I did a little door dashing to make a little extra money because like I didn't have any money.
Some
coming
good
in,
money
like,
in DoorDash, man. People underestimate it. I mean,
yeah, dude, I'll DoorDash. Like I don't care. Like I delivered a couple pizzas through DoorDash, and I never did that before. So
did
that was
anybody
fun. Like,
recognize you? Did they want a picture or autograph? That would be
oh
kind of
yeah,
cool.
well, not really, but like Hanover's a small town, and like I had to pick up a pulled pork sandwich from the one restaurant around here, and the guy's like, "Hey man, what's going on?" But I've known him for forever, so, but he's like a racing guy. But yeah, so like everybody had me, like so many people came up to me, and I appreciate it. It was really, really nice, and like it was like I couldn't believe how thoughtful people were, and they came up to me and they took their time and said like, I hope you're okay. But like people were genuinely really concerned about me. They thought like I was ready to, like I was ready to jump off a cliff, or I was driving in my car listening to Creed.
What's
all
your
this
favorite
stuff
Creed
that,
song? Take You Higher or
no,
Arms Wide Open?
I like the one that's 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I forgot the
But
name of
that's
that
what
song. That's a good one.
people made me feel like I was driving on all by myself at night, listening to that song as loud as I could. Like I was fine. I was honestly so happy. Like it didn't, when I didn't race at Knoxville that year, I told my dad, I said the year before, I know what my mindset was, and I was ready to win. Like I was at least like I knew what it was like when I won my prelim night, like my mindset. And I was like, I'm nowhere near that. I need a break from all this for a little bit. And, my dad's like, we got to get another driver. And it was like Tanner Holmes and whoever else it was. And I was like, get Tanner Holmes. It comes from a family thing. Seems like it would work out fine. And it did. And that was it. I went home. I stopped in Chicago with my uncle and my mother-in-law. We got some hot dogs and took our time. I went to the beach. I got a house. I did some door dashing, and I ran Charlotte. And I was as happy as could be. I just needed a little break. But people acted like I was a pussy and all this and that. And it's like, what are you guys even talking about? I just need a break. I just need a minute here. Like, you ever just need a day off work? Well, when you're a World of Outlaw, you don't get a day off work, bud. You got to go.
Right.
You got to keep working. You work all winter. You work all year. You race all year. It never stops. And when you get home for the off season, it's fucking snowing and it's cold and you want to sit inside all the time. So I wanted to go home and go to the beach for a weekend and be around home for a minute. I haven't even had a life around home in all those years. And that's all I wanted. So, like, that was a big stint then. And just 2 weeks later, nobody even knew what the hell I was doing.
Right. Well, I know you mentioned them earlier. Jeremy Elliott and me were talking about how, storylines really only last about 4 days. But I think you've cracked the code here, this Cale Thomas deal, now the Ashton Torgerson deal, now this I think this interview will help. the situation. But then there's still
There's
going to
no
be
way
there's still going to
anybody's
be.
listening to all this.
Oh,
There's no way.
we've been steady at almost Tony Stewart numbers this entire time. But regardless, it's not over. That's the unfortunate part because, or for your reaction at least, it's the unfortunate part because Ashton Torgerson is going to have a damn eyes just locked onto that car this weekend.
Right.
Yeah,
He
and that's why I
shouldn't,
say you
though.
crack the code because that's going to last a week. That news stories never last a week. I mean,
Well, I don't really care to be in the limelight of things. I'm pretty. I like to be under the radar. Like, I don't need a lot of attention on me. But I don't think that's probably all what you want to make it. Not saying like you, just like, in general, it's all what you want to make it. If you want to make it where you think everybody's looking at you or this or that, you can. But really, he's just a young kid, and there's no pressure. My team, I'm there for him. We're there for him. We care about making sure he's comfortable, making sure he's safe. And none of that outside stuff, Matt, has any value at all. There's no reason for it. Like, we just want him to feel good, get laps in. It's serious business going to Williams Grove and racing a sprint car. It's fast, it's technical. So like I said, I think good goals for him are, just making the race, finishing 25 laps, and bringing the car home in one piece. I think that is a very successful night at this for myself and even him. I think that's successful. We all want to win. As a race car driver, even when I knew I'd go to places like Tulare, I used to hope that I'll give it my best go in qualifying, and if I got a chance, I'm going to go for it. I always believed that I had a chance to win because you do, and then it would, you qualify 25th, and you're like, well, probably not winning this thing, so we're going to move on from here.
I think you got to. I think he could do good at BAPS.
Yeah,
it's going to be more in his wheelhouse.
I don't think there's any reason to judge him. I don't understand any reason to judge him. I mean, he seems like he's, a nice young kid who doesn't sound like he crashes a bunch. It seems like he, has speed out. And I don't know what all of this stuff is. I don't know.
His best finish in a 410 is 7th.
Okay, well.
Against the locals at Chico. He ran 15th against High Limit. So, I mean, that's if you can run 15th against High Limit, you might be able to sneak into one of these shows this weekend. That's not,
But, dude, think about him. Think about him coming in this situation. And, like you said, all these eyes are going to be on him and this and that and all this and that. Like my first year on the Outlaw Tour, I was 19 years old. I ran dead last in hot laps, qualifying, heat race, feature. I didn't make any. If I made a race, it was because there was 24 cars, and that was it. So, and then now, 10 years later, people are like, hey, you were a great race car driver. Or they people have made me feel like I was a good race car driver or whatever. And I did accomplish some good wins like the Gold Cup and stuff like that. But it took me a lot of time. I didn't win an outlaw race for 8 years. It took me 8 years to win one outlaw race. I went through a lot of ups and downs. So, if my dad stayed with me through that, and I wasn't tearing up stuff because, I knew we couldn't afford to tear up stuff, and because we didn't tear up stuff, we kept adding to our inventory of stuff. We have patience for it. So, if Ashton would run, dead last, and he's not tearing up stuff, and he's growing and progressing as a driver. So, 1 week, if he ran 20th, and then the next week he went to the same track and he ran 15th, he's progressing. That's all you can ask out of him. There's no pressure there. It's a dangerous game. It's a serious game. There's no reason to be up in somebody's face and being like, this is what we expect. This is what, we need to win. It ain't it ain't like that. At least not for me. It ain't like that.
Well,
You know, I respect the beast. So like this kid's 18, and we're like, you know, you're saying like all the eyes are on him. Hey, it takes time. You don't win overnight. I mean, I don't think Logan Schuchart won a race until his third year on the Outlaw Tour. You know, it takes time. Sheldon Hansfield didn't win his first year on the Outlaw Tour. You know, like Pennsylvania's no joke. So like, you can't expect this kid just to come in and be like Mr. Winner. Like,
well, there is a little difference.
And he might.
There is I think there is some different standards in the modern day, you know, when you got your Kofoids doing what he did, you know, what Sells he did when he first jumped on, especially for these West Coast guys. It seems like you got to be pretty good pretty early or you get forgotten. It seems like coming out of the West Coast. Yeah, one of the commenters just say a blank statement. I mean, I think this does have some truth to it. As a blank statement, it's easy to hate buy-a-ride kids. Now, nobody knows that this is a buy-a-ride, but we have seen the midgets. He's coming from that world where it is buy-a-ride. And I think a lot of people are assuming that this is a funded scenario. And I think that also is playing an angle in it as well. I'm not necessarily for the rent-a-ride deal. I like merit, but it does seem to be one of the things that the angles that people are not happy about this as well, because it seems like the guy bought his way into the seat. People don't like that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't.
You just don't know, right? So I mean,
that's not my part of the thing. You know, I don't.
So I think that's why the judgment may be skewed as well, is what I'm saying.
Like for me, like if you're asking me, like, you know, some reason you and me are talking all night long and whatever, I don't really care. It's, you know, it's all cool, you know. But like a normal night, you know, even the night I'll go to sleep, I'll wake up, I get coffee on the way to the shop, and I just work at the shop all day long. I listen to music and I do what I have to do. I come home, I hang out with my baby, me and my wife make dinner, we watch TV, and we go to bed, and we do it all over again. And that's what I do. I don't get on my phone because the phone's such a distraction. I don't get on my phone normally until after I'm done working. I mean, the only time I'm ever on my phone is I wear my watch and Hannah's calling me or texting me and needs me for something. Like, I don't know what goes on, you know, who my dad talks to or what's going on. The most I ever talked on my phone in my life, and many people could vouch for me for this, I didn't have a freaking iPhone until I was like, after I made my first Knoxville Nationals in 2018, I bought an iPhone because I didn't care about that stuff. I just had a flip phone, and half the time, the year I won my prelim night at Knoxville in 2022, I had my phone off for 2 weeks straight. I didn't even have my phone on. I don't care about that stuff. So like when I'm at the shop, like I don't see all this stuff or this and that, but like, you know, when I get done and I get home, I get on my phone and I'm scrolling through Facebook and people are just saying crazy stuff or like, you know, having all this like conspiracies and this and that, and it's like, dude, I don't even know this stuff. So, like, how are these people so sure that they know of this stuff? Like,
right.
You know, like...
Well, whatever it is, I think, you know, you coming on is huge to add to the defense of the situation, because it has been a little, I guess, too quiet. Nobody's really been speaking for your side of the scenario much.
Right, and I understand. That was the only reason I made a comment on that guy's thing, because, like, I felt like some of the stuff had just gone a little bit too far. And, like, I don't really feel like I need to share my business to anybody, like, especially on, like, Facebook or any of that kind of stuff, or, like, even on here. Like, I don't need to say any of this stuff. Like, I don't owe you, you know, an explanation or any... So, like, I did feel like I just wanted to chime in a little bit, because it seemed like it was too much, like, bashing on our team and me and all this and that for like and it was a lot of out of context talk. But I don't normally care to, like, you know, chime in on the internet, and, you know, I don't really post a lot, or it's not really like it's just never really been my thing ever. Like, and I only got on here, like I said, like I heard you and Clyde talking, and Clyde kind of just makes me laugh. And, even you make me laugh. Like, you say some shit that's pretty funny, like the whole boogie board thing, like I said. That shit's funny, But I just got on here just to kind of screw around, to be honest.
Oh,
Like,
it's great. It's perfect. I mean,
it was funny. Like, only problem that didn't come off funny, like in my mind I wanted it to be funny, but like I had some like anger just build up from earlier in the day just reading some stuff. But like even when you answer the phone, I'm like, you talking shit, like in my mind, like I'm laughing, like that's like funny to me, like I want to screw with you, like kind of thing. But
it's gonna be the perfect title for the video. It's gonna be Jacob Allen confronts the Chaz, and then in quotations, I heard you were talking shit. Click. Everybody's clicking that.
Yeah. It's like, I mean,
you're gonna be more popular than Tony Stewart's interview after this.
No, I don't really. It don't matter what I am, or I don't care about being popular or not popular. But yeah, like I just did this just to have fun. Like I'll tell anybody anything. Like I'll be honest with you or straight up with you. Like I don't, rather than people sit there and talk shit and bash and make all these like things. Like I don't care if you like me or don't like. I appreciate the people that support me and stuff. But the people that don't like me or want to talk shit about me or whatever, like just call me or like come face to face with me at the races and like just tell me or like ask me what the deal is. Like I'll talk to you. Like I'm not scared to talk to anybody, and if you got a problem or if you want to say like fuck you to my face, like I'll probably say fuck you back and we'll move on. Like I don't give a shit, like right. It ain't that big of a deal to me, So I guess some of my frustration was like, why is this such a big freaking deal? But like you said, it's like it's part of the nature of the game. It just seemed like it was like just like every day I pull up my damn phone, it's like every picture or thumbnail is my car. It's like, are we still like, is this the only thing we can talk about is my shit? Like why don't we all just go out to dinner and we'll talk about it there? Like I'll go out to dinner with you and
Elliot, Dirt Tracker.
Elliot, Dirt Tracker, and there's only a few of you guys.
Yeah, only a few.
Yeah, there's only a few. So I don't know.
There could be none. You never know.
There could be none, and here's the thing. Maybe you're a sensitive guy, and if everybody was sitting there bashing you and talking shit about you and then bashing Jeremy Elliott and bashing Dirt Track Man or whatever his name is. What's the guy's name? Justin Fiedler.
There you go, yep.
Justin Fiedler. So bashing all you guys all the time, and you guys are sensitive, and you probably don't make a big time money off of YouTube or whatever. You might just shut it down. Then people are, so people, I just think people do have to be a little careful with some of that stuff sometimes.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've been living under $1,000 for a long time, getting shit talked and threatened to get ass whooped. So, I mean, I guess I've went through the gauntlet, but it ain't an easy gauntlet. It definitely ain't simple.
Well, I mean, like you said, I mean, the other day you put on there like you're feeling sad and this and that. Like, what if everybody on that day you're feeling sad just sat there and talked shit? And
I had plenty. I had plenty of people shit talking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That,
it
to
is.
Me, that would never. That kind of stuff makes no sense in my mind. I'm not that way. Like, if you were sad and like whatever, and like you were a friend of mine that lived here in town, and like you posted you were sad, I'd be like, hey man, like you good? Like you all right? Like come down to the shop and hang out. I would never, ever be like you're a fucking pussy, or like I would never do that to some. I'm just not that way. The people that act that way, they're scummy people. They're scums. I mean, they're just scummy people to talk about people that way, or so. And so in that scenario, if people are saying that stuff to you, like that might be the day that you're like, you know what, none of this is worth it. I'm done going to the races. I'm done making YouTube. I'm done with this stuff. I'm just gonna do what makes me happy and not entertain any of these fools. And
Right.
then next thing you know, people are, where's Chaz at? I miss Chaz, this and that. Well, sorry, guys, you fucked it up because you've been, talking shit about him for, this and that. And that goes for you and team owners and drivers and crew members and all kinds of stuff. The fans, there's so many, I don't know if you call them fans or not, they can attack people all they want, but they have no repercussion the other way. Because there's no limelight on those people. Even somebody like yourself, like you get limelighted. You got guys like Tony Stewart coming on, and you're getting all these people watching your YouTube, and same thing with Jeremy Elliott. So you guys get limelight. These fans that talk all nasty, there's no limelight on them. So you could sit
Right.
there and call them whatever they want. It has no effect on them. But like I said earlier, if you followed them around with a reporter or a microphone or a microscope, well, you could start nitpicking them, and a lot of those people could not handle being trash talked that way. They
Right.
would lose their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. My opinion don't matter, but just something for people to think about. You could push people away by talking all nasty. They probably don't give a shit anyways, but it's just a
Right.
thought.
Right.
Well,
I mean, you've kept the sprint car fan base up till 2 a.m. on a Wednesday. I mean, they're intrigued.
This is the most I've got to just hang out in the last month because I retired. I'm fixing cars, helping Cale, firing Cale, crashing car. I mean, it's just been nonstop working on stuff. I'm ready to get the cars where they're rolling smoothly. We're getting races in. We're going to the races, and we don't have to.
I think God's trying to tell you to get in the car. He's going to protect you.
I did say that to Hannah. I said I might. I said, should
This is a sign.
Like
It's a sign, man. No, motherfucker, get in there.
No, I don't.
Did you do some kind of blood Illuminati sacrifice, and you have to do it, or?
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I worry about it too much. I worry about getting hurt racing too much that it stresses me out.
Got to believe in God, man. He's got your back.
Well, whatever. I just don't like that worry. I don't. And I'm 30 years old, man. Like, I'm not the, I've made some, I have a house and I had my motorhomes because of racing and my earnings through racing. So, like, I've made some money racing, but I ain't racking in the big dog. Like, I had to buy a low-end house in my neighborhood because I ain't making the big bucks, There's only a little group of people in sprint car racing that are making some nice money.
Right.
In my opinion. And I don't know, everybody's opinion on nice money is, different, but I live pretty lightly, and I wasn't racking in the big bucks by any means. I had some nice paychecks along the way, but I wasn't making a killing by any means. So I don't know.
If this Torgerson thing goes south, I think that's a sign from God. You got to get back in.
Oh my gosh.
He's got your back. You just need to go to church. You believe, Christ is your Savior.
I don't know what the whole deal is with Ashton. I don't know if he's supposed to.
Freak shit can happen though. We know this. Even some of the shit that happened with Cale was kind of some freak shit. Nobody knows what happened at Lincoln. And like I said, I know you were watching. Did he just fuck up? What happened?
He just had 2 laps to go. And one of my crew, I don't know if my crew guy legitimately told him this or not, but he claimed he told him this. He said, all you got to do is just bring it home and we'll all be happy. That's just like,
but what did he do?
I was on the.
Nobody still explained what happened. How did he wreck? What did he do? Nobody knows.
Well, he's running 6th or 7th or whatever. He's just in his line. He's by himself or whatever. He's not really racing back and forth anybody. And he goes in there and he kind of, it looks like, from my point of view, Lincoln's a little hard to watch, but he slides himself and he's running hard. Cale's on the gas. I mean, he's a gasser. There's no doubt about it. And, the top's real thin and he goes up in there and he's by himself. There's 2 laps to go and boom, he flips it. Well,
so he hit the wall with the tail tank and it just snapped around and flipped?
Well, it looked like he hit the cushion like he slid himself and he hit the cushion with his right rear and it backed him into the wall, or he backed into the wall, or whatever it was. It's hard to see, But he backed into the wall with the right rear of the tail tank, and he flipped it over, and, that was that. But, there was only 2 laps to go, and he's running the piss out of it. And it's like, just finish the race. Like, if the car didn't feel that good, or you're not making or losing any money by running, like, let's say he's running 6. I don't know what he's running. Let's say he's running 6. Like, it doesn't pay any different, really, from 6th to 5th or from 6th to 7th. So just, if you are running wide open and to finish the last 2 laps, run half throttle or 3/4 throttle to keep the car underneath of you. And that's what those more experienced drivers do. I mean, guys like David Gravel or Brad Sweet, like, when it ain't happening, they're not going to push that extra issue by themselves to not finish the race. You got to finish the races. It's just what you have to do.
Right.
So,
Well, and
that's
if
just
you
all
have
it was.
if you have some shit this weekend, I feel like you just have to get back in the car.
Oh my gosh,
I think
can't have
I
any
think
more
something's
stuff happen.
happening here.
Yeah, I can't have any more stuff.
I mean, it
I
was
don't
pretty crazy for that car to go back to back like that. Like it
crashing.
did. I mean, who does that? There's another one who's been fired in such a quick fashion. Well, who's wrecked back to back in such a quick fashion?
Not even.
Recently.
I mean, he not that you see it, but like, he smoked the wall on the first lap of Baps. I couldn't believe that the wheel, like the tire, didn't go flat from how hard he hit the wall at Baps. I mean, he smoked it, and he's starting 16th, and like, he doesn't let one lap get in before he's like on rails. Hey, it's exciting. I had a lot of fun watching him, but at the same time, it's like, pipe it down. Like, even the heat race, he's getting up there near the, like, he's, it's kind of dusty, and he's standing on the gas, not lifting, and he's sliding up towards the front stretch wall. It looks like he's about to hit the wall every lap. It's like, there's just chill out. Like, I've been able to have success at Baps, and I'm running at a way different, I'm on the gas, but like, I'm running a lot more conservative, and I've been able to be in the hunt to win at Baps. Like, I won a race at Baps last year. I led laps at a different race at Baps last year, and I didn't do it by acting crazy. I did it by being finessed,
Right.
So Cale, the whole time he was with us, was on rails to the point you were like, ooh, like he's going to, like it looked like he was going to crash. And he did it twice. And one time at Williams Grove, thankfully he was fine on both of them, but definitely Williams Grove. I mean, he smoked that fucking wall.
How much damage? I have a feeling that caused. Did it bend the chassis?
It tore some, like the torsion tube, like the front torsion tube's a little bent. The rear one's like kind of like there's a chunk of like where the stop goes. The chunk of metal's torn out of it and bent up a little bit. The shock towers, pieces of the one piece of the shock towers ripped off, and I just tore that car apart. I didn't really, that's some of the stuff, but the rear end, the whole axle's completely. I mean, it's all bent up. The U-joint looks like a fucking alligator took a bite out of it. Front end smoked. I mean, top wing smoked. And, like, here's the thing. I only got, like, three top wings that are, like, just your basic stock standard wing. And then I have basically the same stock standard wing, but it's a little bit different. So I have like
a Knoxville
4
wing or something, or
it's just a fatter nosed wing. That's all it is. All of them are like standard wings. This one's a standard wing with a fat nose. So I have 4 wings. All right. Well, I took out 2 of them in 2 nights. The other wings that I have, they're like trick wings for like when it gets slick at Knoxville or whatever. So like, you don't just put those wings on a wet track at Lincoln. You'll never be able to turn the car. So if he went through those 2 wings that fast, and I'm supposed to race again this weekend, like that means I have to go get more wings, letter them all up. I don't have extra lettering at the shop. I only have the help I have, and it's a lot of work. I mean, it just doesn't happen overnight if you're gonna prepare at the level that we've prepared at for the last 10 years, that outlaw standard. And it just we just can't do it that way. You know, if somebody's got all the equipment in the world and you want a gasser, Cale Thomas will gas it up for you. And he's a nice guy. But our deal, we just don't race like that.
He did say he only wrecked 3 times last year out of 60 races. So, I mean,
Well,
but he didn't do that there. We get that. The percentage is definitely way higher with the 1A.
well, and I mean, you got, like, think about it. If you owned a car and this guy comes in and each night he bends up something, okay? And one of the nights he tears up a whole car, the other night he flips a car, and the other night he bends a wheel, okay? And along the way, when you're just focusing on your car, it looks like he's on the verge of crashing about half every lap. Well, if you're supposed to run 70 races with the guy, and 3 of the first 3 races you're having bent cars, blown up cars, and all this stuff, then you're probably going to say, I might need to reevaluate this. I don't know if it's worth really giving, more of a chance, because we can't really afford much more of a chance than what we've already given. And we told him that stuff. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. Well, at least you came on and talked about it, and like I said, kept the sprint car fan base up until 2:30 in the morning now. So
There's no way anybody's watching.
Oh yeah, it's still Tony Stewart numbers right now. Yeah, you're still you're the guy.
What's that mean?
Well, I'm just joking. It's high. There's high viewership for this show with you. People are still watching. They've listened to everything you said.
Well,
I think it's a good thing. I can't wait to rename the show. Jacob Allen confronts the Chaz.
You think
Heard you were
Clyde's still
talking
awake?
shit. He's probably asleep. He was like worried. He's like, I gotta go to bed at 10.
Hey, talk about a guy. You want to talk about a guy that everybody freaking dogged and talked shit about? Clyde Knipp.
Really?
I mean, hell yeah. Clyde freaking got demolished all the time. Drivers would come up to him, tell him to get off the road. He had no money. Dude, Clyde, people thought we were this low budget thing going up and down the road and trying to make it happen our first years on the road. Clyde Knipp was our little brother. I mean, that freaking guy, him and Carter, everybody knows the Carter Asheville kid that does grab like the cameras and stuff like that.
Carter, yeah.
That was his crew guy. So it was Clyde, Andy, Carter, and I mean, those guys got demolished all the time. People talking shit, drivers telling them to get off the road. You don't belong here.
Darren Pittman
punched him, right? Like, he really, really got annihilated by people. And let me tell you, now he went off and went with the 41 car. Nobody made fun of him. Nobody gave him a hard time. Now he's got this carbon fiber business, and it's going great. Like, he's done really, really well for himself, and he could have gave up too, because people were really, really rough with Clyde. And Clyde's a good dude, but man, were people rough on him. But he stayed with it, man.
So you're hopefully one day you could be Clyde. We're all trying to be Clyde.
I don't know. I guess Clyde's a great guy. His grandpa would cook us catfish and stuff. And Carter, that kid, man, he's made it happen for himself with all the social media stuff and this and that and all of his thing. Like, he does a good job. I remember Carter was helping out with Clyde, and Carter and Clyde, I don't know if they're still like brothers, but they were like brothers. And Carter backed his grandpa's truck into the garage or a trailer and, pissed grandpa off. And yeah, I spent a lot of time with Clyde when he was on the road before he went to like JJR and all that stuff. Yeah,
he's good. He's a good guy as far as I'm concerned, but he is probably asleep. Probably asleep.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard. Like I feel like we've been talking. I've been up late and I was working all day. It's like some of the topics I kind of lose my train of thought on them a little bit.
Right. Well, I mean, we can let you go. It has been
Yep, I'm done.
3
I'm done with
hours.
that.
3
Yep,
hours on the show.
That's all you get out of me. I can't even believe I talked on this thing for that long.
Oh, you'll hear about it all week now.
No, if I had to give everybody a word of advice, don't talk about me. Don't worry about me. Stay out of my business and leave me alone. I don't need any of that kind of stuff. I'm good on it. Like I don't mind. This is like I have fun like sitting on here and talking and bullshitting and this and that. But dude, all the negative talk, like, just take it somewhere else. Like I'm good on all that.
So, do we title the video Jacob Allen confronts the Chaz? I heard you were talking shit. Or Jacob Allen responds to fans, stay out of my fucking business.
What was the first one? I like the first one a little bit better.
Yeah, it's more comical. Yeah, and it actually happened.
Yeah. Oh man, trust me, man. I'm a nice guy, but dude, I do get fired up. I do get pissed off. That's for sure. I used to get pissed off racing all the time. I'd say I fucking suck. I really talk bad about myself. So all the stuff people say about me, I've already said about myself before.
Yeah, your own worst critic. Most
Oh
drivers or players of games are usually their worst critics.
Oh my gosh, I was the worst. I would talk all kinds of crap to myself. I would say I'm embarrassing and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but I would never talk like that to another driver. I would never talk that way. It'd make me feel sad for guys that get down on themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least you got it in you to look outside of more than yourself. Most people don't.
Yeah, I figure out how to get a three-way call on here and talk with Clyde. I ain't doing this. It might be another year until you get me to come back and talk.
Oh no.
I ain't never done a podcast or any of this stuff where I talk on this thing for this long. So this was a unique situation.
Okay. Well, thanks for providing.
Not in a bad way. I'm just talking.
Thanks for providing the unique situation. It could have happened on Dirt Tracker,
I don't really know if I don't know. He's I don't know.
Oh, I think that's why people like me, because unique situations at least happen. Everything else everyone else does seems to be planned and calculated, and it's like we're over here just running the top.
Regular guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can. I think talking to you is a little more just like talking to a regular guy. You can make jokes or talk conspiracies or whatever.
Right. It's not like a Dirt Vision interview.
No.
Right. Okay. We'll let you go.
That's all I got. Yep. So what's the title? I don't know what the title is.
Jacob Allen confronts the Chaz. I heard you were talking shit in quotations. That's it.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got here probably in the next 20 minutes. My baby's probably gonna wake up. I gotta change a diaper, feed a bottle. It never stops. All these people, they want to talk. I work all day, and then I go home, and then I got to change diapers and bottles, and it just never stops.
Right. Yeah. It's always something, no matter what it is.
What are you doing? Are you getting off here, and what?
I'm getting off here, and then I'm loading all my stuff in my car, and then I got to drive 3 hours to Jacksonville. So.
Oh. You're going to Jacksonville and Hobstop.
I don't know about Hobstop, but Jacksonville for sure.
Nice.
But
that's what you should do when you're on the road. You should DoorDash a little bit.
I do Uber Eats. I do Uber Eats when I'm on the road.
I think you told me that before.
Yeah, it's good. It's good money if you got to be in the right spot though.
Yeah, for sure. You can't be in like, I don't know, any of those places out in the middle of nowhere.
Right. If you're near a big city.
Be a good.
Go ahead, sorry.
Brandon, South Dakota wouldn't be good, but Sioux Falls might be okay.
Right. Great example. Right. But all right.
Yeah. See ya. Bye. I'm done.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
I'm just messing around.
You're fine.
When I say it that way, I'm just fucking around. But yeah, I'm done. See
You
ya.
could tell the fans, see you next year or 2 years from now.
Yeah. See you next year. Sorry for firing Cale Thomas in 3 races. Please comment in the section below on what is a adequate amount of races to fire somebody. It was my first time doing it, so please bear with me. And I'm trying to figure it out.
Stay tuned for this week.
No, this week's gonna go smooth. It's gonna be a great weekend.
I think you're gonna find out. Are you supposed to be in the car or not? I'll tell you that. You'll find out.
I'm not gonna be in the car this week, next week, or the following week.
All of a sudden, the car's running great and fine, and then some kind of weird shit happens and it gets fucked up. I'm just saying. I mean, that's a sign from God. I'm just saying. Yeah, if you have some weird oddball, if some weird oddball shit happens, you better listen, or you're gonna keep paying. But it could go great. It could go great. It could go great. It could.
Listen, if I have to fix any more stuff, I need like 3 more people to come down and help me out, because between me crashing and getting ready for the race season and the truck breaking down and more crashing, and I'm freaking done fixing stuff.
I may have to come help. I may have to do it.
Come on down. I'll show you how to mount a tire.
I know how to mount tires. I've raced.
All right, I didn't know. I don't know all this stuff.
Not no sprint. Oh, I mean, I've hot lapped sprint car, but I've raced some stuff. Big block.
Okay. I didn't know. No.
Yeah, putting tires on are horrible. It's the worst job out there is tires.
Oh no, I'm a tire guy. I'm a tire guy.
That.
I'm all in. I'll do whatever. It don't matter.
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right.
That's it. I'm sorry, fans, I'm sorry, people of the internet, to disappoint. Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. He's sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for letting you all down.
Yep. All right. Peace out.
All right. Thanks for calling.
Yep. Later.
Bye. Well, there you had it, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Allen on the show. It is 1:37 Central Time. That's 3 in the clock. 3 o'clock. Sorry, 3 in the clock. 3 o'clock in the morning for Jacob Allen. Yeah, thanks for the comments. We did have some super chats that came throughout the night. Just a few, not too many, but a few. And we do appreciate those for coming in. Interesting turn of events. It always goes pretty crazy here at Prime. Oh, yeah, Prime Composite Innovation. Oh, do we go down the list? We're here at Prime, and it happened. Some Prime moments, best way to say it, with Jacob Allen confronting the Chaz. I heard you were talking shit. That'll be great. This will be awesome. But I do think it's good that Jacob Allen called in, whether it was a 3-hour few circles in there, as some people were commenting, I saw, whether it was or wasn't a circle. I do think it was good for him to call in and at least provide another side. In the new social domain, I feel like in the world, I feel like being quiet traditionally was the best way to go about it. But I think it's in the modern world, saying something, whether if it's straight up and blunt like he was here tonight with fans and how things are, something is better than nothing. Just like with the safety of the cars, just like with a bunch of stuff in today's world, something's better than nothing. So I think it's good that he did call in. I'm anticipating a lot of people to watch this back because it obviously wasn't the main topic of the show, a 3-hour conversation with Jacob Allen. He rarely comes on, so another lucky situation for you fans and for us to have him on the show. So anyways, I mean, it still sucks for Cale Thomas. I don't take that back. I do still think the reputation, as he's getting upset about, has had a big switch in a week. I mean, this is the most unprecedented switch of a feeling of a team that I've ever seen. So, and the reputation switch is there. Potentially with him speaking up, though, that could change. I think, and once again, something's better than nothing. And with the camp saying something, I think, or at least him saying something from the camp, and especially why he's frustrated, will go a long way. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully, if you don't like that, I don't know what you're not going to like or what you will like. We'll see what Ashton Torgerson does this weekend. I mean, I still think eyes are going to be on it. And once again, if something happens, I think that is God telling Jacob Allen, you ain't done. We got your back. You got to believe in me. Believe in me, God is saying. Well, you're safe, Jacob. Just go out there. Maybe if that happens, he'll just start winning everything, with that belief. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe it'll go smooth. We're going to find that out. The great thing about live sports is that something new is happening every week. And it's happening right in front of your eyes. And that is one of the best things about it. Nothing is ever stationary. Something's always happening. And luckily, we get to talk about it. But anyways, like the video, comment below. As always, be sure to subscribe. Maybe check out some Prime. We might get some Prime merch on the website so y'all can purchase some. I think it does look like a very nice logo. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, we will catch you next time.
We can ride high, we can ride low. We can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show.